Councillors, we have 2 minutes to come to order. Councillors, settle down, please.
There's an additional recommendation in the budget, so when the mayor is finished...
You're going to speak? Okay, that's fine. No, you keep it, it's fine. Councillors, it's 10 o'clock. We're going to start the meeting. Please settle down and quieten down. Councillors, welcome to this meeting of Council. I want to welcome the officials as well and the media as well as the guests in the gallery. I also would like to welcome the members of the public who are connected via the YouTube link, and I would call for a moment's silence. Thank you. Can you close those doors so that... All right. Councillors, we'll now proceed with the electronic registration. Please submit your cards. And as soon as we have confirmation that we are quorate, we will proceed. Councillors, Godfrey, are we quorate?
Biggest march of the shutdown by the looks of things.
We quorate. Okay, councillors, we are quorate. We're going to proceed with the meeting. Mr. Mayor. Those that are having difficulty with registration, please keep your hands up and someone will come and attend to you. You may proceed when you're ready. Did you appreciate the standing ovation?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, fellow City of Cape Town councillors and aldermen, colleagues from our incredible team, Cape Town, honoured guests and members of the public in our galleries. Goeiemorgen, Molweni, Assalamu alaikum, Shalom, good morning, and Ramadan Mubarak. A year ago, I tabled this administration's first budget. That budget laid the foundations for a city of hope. The budget we table today for the 2023-24 financial year is all about building from those foundations and seeing the structure emerge from the ground. It is about building the future we want for Cape Town, building the city of hope for all. This budget is the result of many months of hard work by some of the smartest people in Cape Town. All of the councillors who have taken part in all of the budget workshops, to Councillor Siseko Mbandezi, my representative on the Budget Policy Council, to all of the people involved. I cannot adequately express my gratitude to this remarkable team, particularly our team of officials, under the leadership of people like City Manager Lungelo Mbandazayo and our city's Chief Financial Officer Kevin Jacobi and their teams. I thank them all for their exemplary work. The balancing act in a big city's budget between the needs of vulnerable residents, the scale and scope of future planning, and the economic pressures that our ratepayers face is one of the toughest challenges to solve. I believe that this budget has succeeded in finding that balance. Today, colleagues, we are considerably widening the safety net of care and relief for vulnerable Capetonians. And we are making possible the most ambitious future planning and investment ever undertaken by the city. And we have done so with the utmost care and respect for the city's ratepayers and their pockets. It is both a progressive budget in its pro-poor focus, and it is a proactive budget that looks forward and plans far ahead. That's why this is a budget that builds hope, real hope for the people of Cape Town and a beacon of hope for the rest of South Africa. And what a joy it is this morning to wake up to a new mayor in the city of Tshwane. A wonderful DA mayor at the head of a wonderful coalition government that is going to turn around our nation's capital for good. Here in Cape Town, we want to show that with responsible fiscal management and a clear long-term vision, decline is not inevitable. It can be halted, it can be stopped, it can be turned around. Madam Speaker, we all know too well that many South Africans are in fact losing hope. I know that many people experience a profound sense of despair at the trajectory of our country and the seemingly insurmountable challenges we face every day. Everyone feels the suffocating squeeze of the rising cost of living. Every trip to the supermarket reminds us that the price of a trolley of basic groceries is unrecognizable from a year ago. Staples like milk and eggs and cheese are up 12.3% from this time last year, and overall food inflation is north of 14%. Government's own official inflation rate of 7% really feels like it just doesn't tell the whole story, does it? Every taxi fare, every bus fare, every tank of petrol reinforces this ominous feeling. We all feel the terrible effects of load shedding in our homes, in our businesses, in our public spaces. And there is very little that the national government or Eskom says that reassures us of a credible plan in the near future. We all feel the constant threat of crime in our daily lives. No child should face the threats our children do, and no woman should live in constant fear of violence. And in many parts of the country, the collapse of basic services and the neglect of public infrastructure has made life harder for millions of people. Now, all of us know and we feel those things, but it is poor South Africans who bear the brunt of it. So our job in government is to make life better for all the people of Cape Town. We want to shield the poor from extreme poverty. We want to deliver better basic services for poor people so that more of our residents can live in dignity. And at the same time, we must cushion the financial blow for every family. Speaker, today we are tabling a 69.9 billion rand budget. It enables us, it is a big one. It enables us to make massive new investments across the metro. Investments that will not only serve the needs of Cape Townians today, but will also build for the requirements of a rapidly growing Cape Town tomorrow. Within a generation, Speaker, this will be a city of 10 million people, as more and more people choose to move here in search of a better life. None of us should be daunted by that prospect. Instead, we must plan for it and build now with that future in mind. This year, and this is very exciting, this year we are tabling a capital expenditure budget of a record 10.9 billion rand. Now, I admit that is both an exciting and a slightly scary number. That's more than was spent in the 2010 World Cup with all of its mega projects. It's 40% up from this year's budget. And in the last 8 years, to just compare it, the most we've ever spent on infrastructure is 6.5 billion. So this is big. Just to put this into context, colleagues, from the 1st of July this year, we are planning and budgeting to build 30 million rands worth of new infrastructure every single day of the year, including weekends, in Cape Town. And we're not stopping there. We will be ramping up our investment over the next 3 years. Next year, capital investment breaks new records at 14 billion, and the year after, a massive 18 billion. Looking even further down the road, over the next 10 years, we spend 120 billion rand on infrastructure projects, the bulk of which will go towards upgrading and expanding water and sanitation infrastructure across our city. We are investing to get ahead and stay ahead as we build up for the Cape Town of the future. We will not allow the decay and neglect that has so gripped many other towns and cities in South Africa to take hold in our city. And at the same time, we are very mindful of the economic pressures felt by all of our ratepayers, particularly in lower income households. And so I am pleased to detail now what we are doing to protect lower and middle income households in our city from cost of living pressures. We are proposing today a social support package of 4.3 billion rand, up more than R500 million from this year's 3.75 billion. We can confidently say, colleagues, that no other city in South Africa does more for the poor than Cape Town does. Of that 4.3 billion, nearly 2 billion goes towards rates rebates, and 2.37 billion will be for free basic services for the poor. Residents with a household monthly income below 7,500 will continue to benefit from one of the country's most far-reaching free basic service delivery programs, including 15 kilolitres of free water, 10.5 kilolitres of free sanitation, 60 units of free electricity if they consume less than 250 units, and 25 units of free electricity if they use less than 450 units. This year, one moment. For the first time this year, we do away altogether with the stepped rebate. Everyone under that income level now gets 100% rebate for property rates and all of those free services. This means that a massive 192,500 households and all of the Cape Townians living in those households will receive those free monthly benefits. There is also good news for lower income households' electricity costs too. We know that this is probably the biggest source of cost pressure. We are changing the structure of the Lifeline tariff for all those residents who qualify for that subsidized Lifeline electricity tariff. We are changing it today. Currently, the threshold for the first block of the Lifeline tariff is 350 units. It is my pleasure to say that we are now raising the threshold for the lower tariff to 600 units purchased in any 1 month. Let me explain what this means. Under the old threshold, customers who consume more than 350 units would pay R3.71. Because of the Lifeline shift we are making today, those customers will now pay R1.84. That is, for those of you who are quick on your maths, that is more than a 50% discount. This means that they will be able to purchase an additional 250 units in any month at the lower tariff. Lifeline customers do, however, still need to be mindful that this threshold was raised to 600 units to allow people to use more electricity during the winter months, and that the average monthly consumption limit of 450 units over a 12-month period remains in this tariff category. We introduced these savings at a cost of 46 million rand to the city this year alone, and we introduced these savings despite Eskom's massive increase to municipalities. But colleagues, we've gone even further than that. We've also raised the property value criteria for Lifeline customers to 500,000 rand, up from 400,000 rand, to compensate for the fact that residents' property values are growing in Cape Town. We want them to still be included in the Lifeline tariff, and so we raise that property value criteria. Council has already seen in our previous meeting and has unanimously endorsed, for which we are grateful, the measures we have proposed to increase the rates-free portion of properties under 5 million rand by 50%, from 300,000 to 450,000 rand. Again, it's helpful to consider an example. If you live in a 1 million rand home or apartment in Cape Town, you will now only pay rates on 550,000 rand of the value of that property, whereas before you would have been billed on 700,000 rand of that property. So it is quite clear, Speaker, from what I've said, that we are doing all that we can here in Cape Town to protect poor and middle-income families from the cost of living pressures that they face today. But what really hurts me, and I know it hurts you, and I know it hurts every Cape Townian, is the massive 18.49% Eskom tariff hike to municipalities. This comes on the back of a 9.6% increase last year and another double-digit increase already approved for next year. It cannot go on like this. We in Cape Town have fought against Eskom's increase at every step of the way. We've been at all of the public hearings, sometimes the only metro to be there. Believe me, we've done everything in our power. Because it cannot be the job of this city, nor can it be the job of our residents to keep on subsidizing Eskom's failures. I know how much people are struggling to make ends meet right now. I know how these spiraling electricity prices wreak havoc in a household budget, and how vulnerable small businesses are in particular to the increases of the scale. I wish I could stand here today and say that the city could absorb all of this increase without passing it on, but that is simply not financially possible. If we had to substantially subsidize this Eskom increase, we would have to slash all of our budgets for basic services. Given how truly unacceptable and unaffordable this Eskom increase is, forced down onto municipalities across the country to implement, by the way, whether they are good payers or not, we have done what we can to cushion the blow for our residents somewhat. The city has been able to reduce Eskom's 18.49% increase to 17.6%, and we are taking on all of that cost ourselves, while still funding plans to end sole reliance on Eskom power as soon as we possibly can. The cost of this cushioning is being covered by the city in full. I know that that comes as a small consolation, but let it motivate us again, and let it underscore again just how important and urgent it is for us to move away from Eskom dependency as fast as we possibly can. It is our mission, colleagues, to end load shedding in the city of Cape Town. Besides how it's crippling our national economy, it comes with crippling costs to local government. We've tallied up what we are spending just on protecting our infrastructure and services from load shedding. And this financial year alone, it has cost us a whopping 390 million rand. That's new generators, more fuel, overtime, security, and losses due to theft, vandalism, and lower electricity. Imagine what we could do with 0.4 billion rand. In our effort to protect our city from this most glaring of state failures, our budget today includes 2.3 billion rand to end load shedding over the next 3 years. This amount includes 220 million on independent power purchases, 288 million for our Power Heroes program to incentivize Cape Townians to use less power at peak times to help prevent more load shedding stages. Cape Town is also proud to be the first city in the country to offer households and businesses cash for their excess rooftop solar power. And I'm pleased to announce today that we are proposing to raise our feed-in tariff by 10.15% this year. This makes solar even more attractive. We want as many residents and businesses as possible to help us end load shedding over time, and there are no limits to how much power you can sell us. Thank you. Cheers. We've also budgeted 1 billion rand in the medium term to operate and maintain our Steenbras pumped storage hydroelectric plant. This is a critical part of the city's load shedding resilience, and the fact that this 44-year-old power station performs so beautifully well is testament to the power of regular and thorough and excellent care and maintenance. Yes. Our capital expenditure on solar PV installations will amount to 636 million rand over the next 3 years. We've set aside 50 million rand for battery storage and 32 million rand for waste-to-energy programs at our landfill sites. We are confident that Cape Town will be the first metro to break free from the suffocating hold that Eskom has placed on our country. And in doing so, we will show that there is indeed a bright electric light at the end of the Eskom tunnel. Colleagues, I now turn to water and sanitation. In the last year, we have begun to see a real steady decline in the number of sewer spills in communities, thanks to the investments that we've begun to make. Councillor Ibrahim Savant wrote to me recently to describe how our investments have begun to show results in his ward, in Kalkfontein. He writes to me, and I quote, "The extra funding allowed the depot to appoint a dedicated team to work in all of our wards affected by sewage overspills, proactively and immediately attend to it. At the same time, we embarked on a community education program. This made the community aware of their responsibility and how they could also assist in keeping their own areas clean and healthy. Our task team initially met every Friday to assess as well as deal with the backlogs and more serious problems such as sewer collapses." He then writes, "Already there is a remarkable improvement which is acknowledged by our residents, and the money allocated for the pipe replacement program as well as the repairs to our pump stations in the new budget will improve this even further." Thank you so much for that note, Councillor Savant. That warms my heart so much. This is delivering dignity and this is building hope. This is the point. Of course, we still have a long way to go, but the improvement is there. It is tangible. And our investment program is just getting started. This year, we budget another 11 million rand for more rapid response sewer spill teams, another 16 million rand for sewer pump station rapid response teams, and 31 million rand for extra cleaning of drains and flood prevention. But colleagues, let's be honest about where we stand infrastructurally. The fact is that too many of our pump stations are still run until they fail. Some of our wastewater works can't handle the load, and spills are far too prevalent. The only way to carry on encouraging improvements we are seeing now is to ramp up investment even more. And for that investment to happen, it must be funded. Of all the ways to spend a city's revenue, investment in water and sanitation infrastructure is arguably the most value for money. And once you see the scale of the projects we have planned to make Cape Town future-proof, I hope you will understand our slightly above inflation water and sanitation tariffs. To give you an idea of the scale, consider that we set ourselves a target to double our sewer pipe replacement from 25 kilometers to 50 kilometers this year. And I can say now with certainty that we will comfortably exceed this target by the end of the financial year in June. And then, again, from the 1st of July this year, we double this target again, making our increase fourfold from 25 kilometers to 100 kilometers in the next financial year. This is backed up by a 100% increase in sewer pipe replacement budgets from 150 million this year to 300 million in the budget we're discussing. And that's just for sewer pipes. We're sharply ramping up our budgeted investment in every aspect of water and sanitation infrastructure. Our water and sanitation capital budget for this current financial year is 2.3 billion. By 2025, listen to this, our water and sanitation capital budget alone will be 7.8 billion rand. That means by 2025, our investment in water and sanitation new infrastructure will be more than our entire capital budget this year. This kind of investment, this kind of building, this kind of construction will allow us to do the kind of critical work that no other city in the country is doing. 330% increase in pump station upgrades, 8.6 billion rand capital expenditure on wastewater treatment work upgrades. We've also set aside budget for the proactive jet cleaning of 200 kilometers of sewer pipes per year, as well as 1.4 billion rand for bulk sewer upgrades in Milnerton, Cape Flats, Gordons Bay, and Philippi. This section of the budget also covers the critical work we do to ensure that the city's many flays, lagoons, and rivers are rehabilitated where required, and then remain clean and healthy. In this budget, we allocate 265 million rand for the much-needed dredging of the Milnerton Lagoon and the Sikuflei. There's also 17 million rand in this budget for a very exciting piece of equipment that I love. A brand new state-of-the-art weed harvester for the Rietvlei, with 2 more on the way next year. Can you see it? That's under construction, and I can't wait to go and see the progress in about a month's time. Our city's waterways are incredibly important for the health of our surrounding communities, for their value as recreation spaces, and for the environmental preservation of these areas. And I know from the very robust engagement we have with community groups and environmental NGOs just how seriously many Cape Townians take this issue. We are kept on our toes by active and engaged citizens, but we are totally thankful and grateful to them for such passionate involvement from our residents. And I hope it's clear from these budget allocations just how serious we are too about protecting our waterways. Colleagues, our pledge to make Cape Townians safer is one of the most important priorities of this administration. Our country has among the most horrific violent crime stats in the world, and Cape Town is no exception. There is nothing that you can say to a heartbroken parent who has to bury a child caught in gang war. The violence is so senseless, and the grief simply beyond words. But what we can do is to commit more budget and more resources to the fight against crime. Simply blaming the SAPS and the national government for their chronic under-resourcing of police stations across the metro, as true as that undoubtedly is not going to stop the killings and the rapes. It won't stop the drugs, and it won't take the guns off the streets. So as we did with the provision of electricity, and are doing with the provision of electricity, where we are shouldering the responsibility to beat load shedding ourselves after the state utility has failed us so spectacularly, we are also stepping into the void left by the SAPS to take on more of the responsibility for fighting crime in Cape Town. We still have a very, very long way to go before we can honestly say that we've turned the tide. But the signs are encouraging, and our efforts are making a noticeable difference. Today we table a record 5.8 billion rand safety budget, which will see an even greater commitment to crime fighting, both by putting more boots on the ground and through new technology investment. I'm pleased that we now budget, in today's budget, for a further 85 new Metro Police officers this year alone. Colleagues, this is a good problem to have. We have now increased our budget for new officers so substantially that the major bottleneck our city faces is the speed at which we are able to train those officers. Over the next 3 years, we spend 166 million rand on expanding our Metro Police Training College. The safety technology portion of this budget, at a whopping 860 million rand, includes 118 million for new CCTV cameras, also 118 million on dashboard cameras and body cameras, 109 million on aerial surveillance, and 22 million on drones. Other technologies, such as license plate recognition cameras, radios, and our state-of-the-art EPIC software system, account for 442 million rand in today's budget. All of these investments come together to play a critical role in taking back our communities from gangsters and drug dealers. But let's be honest, if we are going to truly win the war on crime, we are going to have to equip our local law enforcement officers with the powers to do real investigative police work. Over a 3-month period last year, just listen to this. From April to June of 22, 198 cases serving before the court were withdrawn thanks to SAP's failures. And that's not hard to believe when you consider that 71% of our SAP stations here in Cape Town are chronically under-resourced. We don't want to just make arrests. We make lots of arrests. We want to secure convictions. That is why the city has hired 44 investigators for our own Safety and Security Investigation Unit, along with analysts. And it is why, yes, it is why we want those who are worried about investigators, you must be worried about them. That's why we want
Councillors. Councillors.
Manus is absent, is so present.
Councillors. Councillor Cupida, I'm naming you for the first time.
Thank you, Speaker. That's why we want our local law enforcement officers to be given full powers to investigate and build prosecution-ready case dockets. SAPs cannot do it on their own, and we've got the trained officers to do it. All it would take is the stroke of a pen from the Justice Minister.
Councillor Mohammed, I'm naming you for the first time.
Madam Speaker, all it would take is a stroke of a pen from the Justice Minister to devolve those policing powers to local government, and we will not stop advocating for this. We know we'll get it eventually. So together with the substantial new allocations we make today for new officers and new tech, that is how we will remove criminals from our streets for good. Madam Speaker, another one of our pledges to Cape Townians was to do the basics of local government even better, so that we can improve on the quality and reliability of our basic services to residents, and particularly in Cape Town's poorest areas. Already, Cape Town leads the way on every objective and independent metric of service delivery in South Africa. But that is still not good enough for us. We set our sights higher. We do not judge ourselves by the standards of other cities. We know what we want to deliver for our residents. And we've made budget allocations that will enable us to do that. Over the next 3 years, we spend 3.2 billion rand on upgrades to informal settlements, which includes waste management, electrification, water and sanitation. Over the same 3-year period, we will spend 2.6 billion rand on road resurfacing and road maintenance, with a further 544 million rand for traffic congestion relief projects. This year alone, we boost road maintenance budgets with an extra injection of 100 million rand. Our urban waste management team gets 60 million rand boost for better refuse collection for backyarders in particular. And we have set aside a massive 659 million for new refuse trucks and equipment to further improve our waste collection service. Something that is very close to my heart is the city's ongoing work to keep Cape Town clean and tidy. and particularly when residents become involved in cleanup projects. I have honestly lost track of the number of community cleanups I and many of you have taken part in across the city this past year, and I've thoroughly enjoyed every single one of them. We want residents to feel proud of their city, and we want them to have a real stake in keeping their neighborhoods neat and clean and litter-free. That is why, colleagues, we have launched our brand new anti-litter mascot, and we welcome him here today. Where is he?
Looks like Caitlin McKenzie.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, is that Aslam? Mayor, is that Aslam?
It's Caitlin McKenzie.
Council, order.
Is that Mackenzie?
Order.
Angus Mackenzie.
Thank you so much. We've launched our new mascot and we are currently crowdsourcing a name for him or her, and we invite every one of you to submit your most creative ideas, please. Other basic service highlights in this budget include 38 million rand, colleagues, for maintaining our regional parks so that every resident across the city can visit parks that are safe, beautiful and welcoming. 15 million rand for better, more reliable mowing. I know that many of you will be glad to hear that. And 8 million rand for a cleanup project focused on the Bellville CBD. Speaker, I mentioned earlier that Cape Town is a rapidly expanding city. We all know that. As more and more people are attracted by the prospect of job opportunities, better education or healthcare options, or simply a better offering of basic services. That means that one of the biggest challenges in such an expanding and densifying metro is the availability of affordable, dignified housing. This year we allocate 37.8 million rand to our so-called no-cost transfers. That means there is no cost to the person taking transfer of the house. There is still obviously a cost to the city, and so we allocate 37.8 million rand for our no-cost transfers of 2,500 rental units per year over the next 3 years. Over this period, we want 7,500 families in our city to be homeowners for the first time of the homes that they have sometimes lived in for decades at no cost to them. We've also budgeted in full for our key priority program of land release for thousands of new social housing units in well-located parts of the city for development by our SHI partners and the private sector. Crucially, we budget today for the first time of the rollout of our planning support officers in townships. Their job will be to help micro-developers of small-scale rental units to build their units in a way that is safe and compliant. This team is now developing off-the-shelf, pre-approved building plans for these new support officers to roll out. And these are some of the draft products and plans that they are working on that will help every small-scale rental unit developer and micro-developer to build properties that are safe and are compliant and are dignified for the people that live in it. This is the future. This is literally the future. This is the cutting edge of affordable housing provision in South Africa, and it is being pioneered right here in Cape Town. Our commitment to dignified housing also covers transitional shelters to help Cape Town's vulnerable homeless people off the street and to ultimately reintegrate them back into society. Over the next 3 years, we spend 230 million rand to operate and expand our safe space shelters. And we hope to win speedy public support so that we can soon open the doors to a brand new 300-bed safe space in Ebenezer Road in Greenpoint. In this year alone, we provide 95 million rand for addressing homelessness, up 22% from the current 77 million rand. Colleagues, one of the very best ways to unstitch the spatial legacy of our unjust past is providing a quality, reliable public transport service that reaches far into areas that were once cut off from economic opportunities. Our world-class MyCity bus service is contributing admirably to this aim already. Today, this service is made up of 40 routes, 230 peak weekday buses, 500 bus drivers, and more than 55,000 passenger trips every day. This service already covers Atlantis, Melkbos, Tableview, Dunoon, Milnerton, Century City, Camps Bay, Hout Bay, Mitchell's Plain, and Khayelitsha. Over the medium term, we have budgeted 5.4 billion rand for the expansion of the MyCity system to the southeast of the city, which will link Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain with Claremont and Wynberg, and will open up even more economic opportunities for residents from those areas. Quite right. Thank you. But ultimately, colleagues, we've got to get thousands of Cape Townians back onto the Metro Rail train service, as this is by far the most efficient, most affordable way to move people across the city. So while we continue to expand our world-class MyCity bus service, we will also not relent in our advocacy to have passenger rail devolved to where it rightly should be, with local government. Local government, where it works. Our goal throughout this budget and throughout this term of office is to build a city of hope for all the people of Cape Town. Part of that goal will be achieved through better access to basic services, or better protection against criminals, or more dignified housing. But still, the very biggest difference that we can make to someone's life, the biggest indicator of hope anywhere and everywhere, is for that person to find sustainable and dignified work. We want to give many hundreds of thousands of Cape Townians the dignity and independence that comes with a job. It is our mission to make Cape Town as business and investor-friendly as we possibly can, so that we can buck the national trend and make this a place of growth and jobs. Already we are doing substantially better in this regard than anywhere else in South Africa. If you look at the fourth quarter 2022 figures, you will see a remarkable result. Of the net 169,000 jobs created in the whole of South Africa in that quarter, a full 72% of them, colleagues, were created in this city alone. A remarkable figure. And I should add, 99.1% of them created in this province alone. So we are doing all that we can to let the world know that we are not only open for business, but that this is the easiest place to do business in Africa. To this end, we budget today 76 million rand to upgrade our online systems for municipal billing, finance, and e-services. A further 25 million rand for upgrades to our online vehicle licensing improvements. 125 million rand for digital platforms to report service delivery issues, and 260 million rand for upgrades to informal trading infrastructure. We want the world to know that Cape Town is a great city to invest in, a great city to start a business in, and a great city to make a life for yourself and raise a family in. It certainly doesn't hurt, colleagues, that we've had such an amazing run of high-profile global events of late. The whole world tuned in to watch Cape Town's first ever E-Prix through the streets of Greenpoint and Mully Point. Then they saw a packed Newlands host the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup. And in between, we had the world's most high-tech racing yacht stop over in Cape Town as part of the round-the-world ocean race. What those millions of global viewers saw, tens of millions of global viewers saw, was a city that works. Clean, beautiful, efficient and friendly, and with service, hospitality, and an events industry that can handle the very best and the biggest from all over the world. I am sure most of these people would also know that South Africa has massive challenges. But in Cape Town, they saw a city that is thriving despite those challenges. We know we have a long, long way to go. So long as people live in poverty, so long as many live in indignity, so long as so many cannot find work, we know we still have a long, long way to go. But we want people to see that there is light despite our country's troubles. That where there are decent people and here are decent people. Where there are people who are working hard, where there are people with a clear plan and a brave vision, we can fix our country. With the support for the poorest, and the services and the projects and the investment and the building made possible by this budget today, we are well on our way to reaching this goal. We are building hope. Madam Speaker, I hereby table the City of Cape Town's 2023-24 budget and open it for public participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Order. That brings us to the questions. The first question is Councillor Dambuza. Your party, the EFF, you've got a question in terms of what the Mayor's speech was about?
No, Speaker.
Thank you.
You like to use the Usain Bolt approach when it comes to me. Relax. The question will be asked by Councillor Mazwi. So
That's
the
fine.
Minamus
Councillor
must stop
Mazwi?
mooing now.
Councillor Mazwi. Councillor Mazwi, do you have a question?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. Mayor, it's so unfortunate that we are used at this beautiful, black on white written presentations.
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear you. Won't you just speak into your microphone, ma'am? Thank you so much.
Councillor Mazwi, the Mayor cannot hear you. Can you please just speak more clearly into the mic?
Speaker,
Councillor Dambuza, that's enough.
Speaker, can I be protected, please?
You need to resolve that in your caucus, but certainly if you may carry on with your question.
Mayor, it is so unfortunate that we are used at this beautiful, black and white written presentation. Same decorated lip services that we were receiving from Malusi and your DA will clap hands as they are doing today. EFF caucus in the City of Cape Town will never take you serious until you as a mayor, subject yourself to a lifestyle audit as a matter of agents so that we may have at least a legal faith on you as a mayor. Today you are talking about crime. You don't even know the term crime means in our communities, in our black communities. Tina silala with gunshots every day. Sivuka with killings every day. You are here every time you present, you always decorate this thing of crime as if you are attending it. Yes, we agree that SEPS is failing us as much as your law enforcement is failing us. Because what law enforcement is doing is dehumanizing our people instead of protecting us. So,
Councillors, please order. Let the speaker speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of gender-based violence, we as a women and children, as men as well, we are subjected to that. Even today, I am telling you, there are so many killings in Khayelitsha. I've never seen you, not even in one household in Khayelitsha, attending the killing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, please behave. Councillor Basson.
If there is any, please name them here so that we can be on the same path. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any house that you've been to in Khayelitsha, that's the Good Party. Who's speaking?
No, can I, is that all right?
All right, hold that. Okay. Speak good.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a bit disappointing when you hear this wonderful budget, but nothing has been allocated for social development programs for our children, the upliftment, job creation. EPWP remains the only thing that our people are good enough for. So that was not my question. Free services in the city of Cape Town is part of the equitable share grant that we get. So we must please not be given the impression that it is somehow monies set aside. It is grant monies that if not used, the sent back. But all of it is cancelled when the prepaid meter deductions are taken off for fines, for all kinds of things. But my question to the mayor is, if the mayor is so aware of people's struggle and the poverty in the city, why has he not found a way to reduce the electricity tariff? Why hasn't he not... Speaker?
Speaker, will you protect my councillor?
Order.
Speaker.
Let the speaker speak, please. Councillor Little.
I will continue. Thank you, Speaker. Why have we not found some sort of relief to this illegal debt collection processes? And also, why is it that the mayor has not implemented his own recommendation that he made to Eskom in the city of Cape Town to reduce operational costs? We've seen all these
Thank you, Councillor. Your minute is up with extension. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next question, the PAC.
Mr. Mayor, we have noted that you have got a plan to beef up the policing. What is the plan that you are putting in front of us in terms of dealing with this extortion that is happening? And how are we dealing with it that some of the executives are implicated? Thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Here we go, right in front of you. The PA caucus would like to know, with the millions invested in your events over the past few months, the millions, we would like to know, besides the fact that your MACO member argues that the investment creates jobs for our people in Cape Town, we want to understand how that becomes a reality for the people living on the Cape Flats. One, attending these expensive events, we would like to understand how millions invested in the Grand Prix or in the recent T20 event becomes real for our people on the Cape Flats. One. Secondly, if you look at the...
Councillors, please allow the speaker to make his question. Thank you. Councillor Cheslin, carry on.
Councillor Steenberg. If you look at the people attending these events, it is clear that it is not people from our townships nor from the poorest of the poor attending these events. And we are not referring to free tickets being given by the city to these communities. So please explain to us how the investment of millions becomes a reality for the betterment of our people of Cape Town.
Mr. Mayor, you may respond to the questions, please. That's it, yeah.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your questions. I'll try and respond as best as I can to them. Councillor Maswi from the EFF. Let me say that the 1,300 odd officers that we are deployed in 12 police precincts in Cape Town are deployed overwhelmingly in township areas. I have listed the areas to you many times. I'm sorry that you haven't heard them, but they are Khayelitsha, they are Harare, they are Philippi East, they are Crossroads, they are Manenberg, they are Atlantis, they are Gogoletu. They are overwhelmingly benefiting from our efforts to fight crime. And just look at the results. Just to give you an idea, 640, was it 647? 674, excuse me, 674 arrests for guns, Councillor Dambuza, for guns. 674 arrests for guns, not by SAPS, by our officers just in those 12 precincts. Now, why are you not applauding that? Why are you not applauding that? You see, when, Councillor Dambuza, when you're...
Order, you asked the question, allow the answer, please.
Excuse me, I must answer through you.
Councillor Cupido, in terms of Rule 28.2, I'm naming you for the second time.
No, Speaker, rules of order.
Councillor Dambuza, in terms of Rule 28.1, I'm
Speaker.
naming you for the first time.
Speaker,
I apologize, Councillor, I'm addressing the Speaker.
Can you please,
I address you, ma'am. Yes, I agree.
Councillor,
But
I agree.
Speaker.
I address the Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Speak,
come to you now.
Speaker,
Councillor Haynes,
Speaker, we have agreed yesterday that you are also going to get the mayor to be in line and not be arrogant and provocative. Can we please also count on you to assist us in that?
Speaker,
Mr. Mayor, if you can just refer to the...
Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Dambuza,
Speaker.
Councillor?
You must retract the fact that you've named me. That is why.
No, Councillor, it is
Wait,
not the
wait,
first
Speaker,
time.
wait, Speaker. No. The second thing, the mayor was answering me. Meanwhile, the question was asked by Councillor Mazwi. The mayor was the one that was talking to me. And now you are the one who are giving me a warning for what?
Councillor, the mayor was answering the question of your party.
But it is not asked by
But you were
Dambuza.
not keeping quiet in time so that you could
No,
listen to it.
no.
We're moving on. Mr. Mayor, please
Don't try
continue
to
to answer, and please, all of the
By being not
councillors,
be fair.
listen to the answers. Mr.
You are
Mayor,
not being fair in the...
You'll have to
You are
remind
not-
me. You'll have to remind me, Speaker, to address you. I like to get into it with the councillors, but I address it through you, Madam Speaker.
thank you.
The honourable councillor is the member of a party whose leader shoots automatic weapons in the sky on social media. We are taking those weapons off the streets.
No
What are
order.
we doing?
Speaker,
That's what we are doing. Now, he's facing...
Speaker.
He's facing
Councillor Dambuza, that is not a point of order. The mayor is answering the question. Please listen to the answers.
But
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, Madam Speaker. You know what would give our law enforcement officers more time to deal with crime? If they didn't have to deal with national flops. If they didn't have to deal with national flops posing as national shutdowns, then they could deal with crime. That's why I love this, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I must say I love this. This is going to be framed in my office, where it says the City of Cape Town versus Councillor Dambuza. And a whole lot of other people, Floyd Nico Shivambo and Julius Selo Malema and Mzubanzi Dambuza.
We are confused
And
now.
a resounding victory for the city.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, yes, no order.
Mr. Mayor, it appears that you are confusing the councillors with your answer. So I'm going to ask you to just carry on and answer the next question. They don't seem to get the connection.
They are easily confused.
Well, I'm very pleased to see, Madam Speaker, that they can be louder today than they were on the 20th of March.
Mr. Mayor, I need to call you to order. Can you please just answer the questions?
All right. Okay. All right. It's very tempting, Madam Speaker.
Can we keep focused on the questions? Thank you.
When the goals are so open, it's so tempting. That's a problem. All right. Okay. Councillor Little. Let me just say, you refer to the Equitable Share. I want to refer you to the Division of Revenue Act passed by the National Assembly. It lists the Equitable Share to every municipality in the country. I hope you've read it. It's your duty to read it. And you will note that our package of free basic services in Cape Town far exceeds the allocated Equitable Share to the city from the national state. You should know that. You should know that, Councillor. It's the basics. Now, then you ask, why have we not found a way to reduce the electricity tariffs? Let me just read through the electricity tariffs when you were in charge of the city, Councillor Little. What the contribution to rates was when you were a senior member of this administration. What you call profit, you must please go and ask.
Just Mr. Mayor, I just want to remind you.
Very tempting.
And by the way, you were addressing that remark to me. I have read it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you have, Speaker. I have eternal confidence in your diligence. But Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Little, they talk of this concept of electricity profit. Now, their party leader was once a mayor standing at this very podium. I would have thought that she would have explained to them the concept that there is no such thing as electricity profit in Cape Town or in any other municipality. The markup on electricity goes for cross-subsidizing other basic services and providing the costs of running the electricity grid to a far higher standard than anywhere else in the country. Now, I thought she would know these things. These are the basics. But let's just look at the so-called, if we assume her word is true, let's assume for the sake of argument that there is this profit. The profits, 2017, 1.2 billion, 2018, 1.4 billion, 2019, 1.5 billion, 2020, 1.5 billion. Now, Councillor, what did you do then to cut the markup on electricity? The fact is you did nothing. The fact is, now, Madam Speaker, again, you see I'm tempted. Madam Speaker, what we are doing in this budget is that we are actually reducing the Eskom tariff hike by about a percentage. That comes at a huge cost. Remember, it's a small percent of an enormous number is still a large number. So when your electricity bill is R1 billion a month, as ours is to Eskom, we pay R1 billion a month, not R1 owing, then 1%, you can work it out. It's a huge amount of money, nearly 100 million rand. So that is what we can do. It is indeed the basics. Councillor Ndamane, thank you. That is an excellent question, sir. I appreciate the seriousness of the question. This is something that is genuinely keeping me up at night. There are very few things that keep me up in the city, but the extent, our ability to spend our capital budgets is one of them, and the incredible rise in violent extortion gangs is another one of them. And I know that we are trying as best as we can to work with our colleagues at SAPS, because these are gangs that require very sophisticated technology and investigative powers, much higher order investigative powers to be able to break. They require to intercept phone calls and emails, to follow money, to check tax accounts and so on, and to follow the track of those high-powered automatic weapons that some party leaders fire. That's what you've got to follow them. And so we are working with our colleagues in SAPS in doing that. But I must admit to you, Councillor Ndamane, and I've said this publicly to the Commissioner, so I don't mind saying it to you as well, I'm concerned about the lack of arrests in criminal extortion gangs in Cape Town. We have not yet broken or even begun to break the back of those extortion gangs. And tragically, you will have seen the loss of a city colleague. We all feel that very personally. Ms. Wendy Kloppers, who was brutally killed at the Delft Symphony Way site by what we can only assume are construction mafia extortion gangs. We saw the story, unspeakable story yesterday. I saw it in the Cape Times. I didn't actually hear it anywhere else. I assume it's true, that there was the owner of a small business, I think a hair salon, who was murdered because she refused to pay extortionists. This has got to be broken. And I do want to just ask you, Alderman, who is working with the task team that the provincial SAPS has committed to set up. I think that we are not entirely satisfied with that task team, although it does exist in bare bones. But Alderman Smith is working more closely with the task team. Do you want to add to that?
Mayor, so we have a challenge still that on an informal level, there is cooperation between us and SAPS on kidnapping and extortion. We're making headway with some of the investigations. We're supporting SAPS with those investigations. But on a formal level, we have not moved beyond the meeting at the Muslim Judicial Council when the National Minister and subsequently in writing to me, the National Commissioner, committed to the establishment of a task team. There are senior members in SAPS in this province have from that date till now still engaged in questioning the city's legal mandates and our powers and are unwilling to accept that we have an investigative role or a crime intelligence role to play, despite the fact that we've equipped them with 2 legal opinions to that effect. This is incredibly frustrating. We have taken that further by meeting directly with the National Prosecuting Authority in terms of trying to draw them in. We are working and improving our relationships with the Hawks and others. In terms of working around some of these obstacles. But importantly, the city has rolled out a whole range of interventions in terms of registering queries where the member of the public or the victim of the extortion is too scared to complain because of the consequences or the threat. We are registering inquiries on their behalf with SAPS. We're following up with the investigators through watching briefs in terms of the Safety and Security Investigations Unit. And we have a series of response activities and investigative support to those victims, which has helped make progress on some of these cases. But it is a crisis that is going to require national government to completely rethink its approach to this problem and spend significantly more resources and start trusting other partners to help them solve a problem that they are unable to make movement on themselves.
Quite right. Okay, then I come to Councillor Steenberg's question. I think, Councillor, that this is your first full council meeting, so I welcome you here as a new ward councillor. And he asks about the Cape Town events industry and the investment that the city makes in those events. Let me first say that the primary reason, Councillor, that 72% of all net new jobs in South Africa were created in Cape Town in the last quarter is because of the events and tourism industry. That is the primary reason. The biggest surge in new jobs in Cape Town has been, if you look at the Stats SA data, this is not my opinion, go and look at it yourself. It is the events and tourism and hospitality industry. That's where all of those jobs are coming. So when you see tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people getting work for the first time in Cape Town, coming from townships, coming from Mitchell's Plain, coming from Retreat, coming from Steenberg, coming from the Cape Flats, getting work for the first time because our hospitality and tourism and events industry is surging forward as is becoming this global powerhouse, then there is a very, very direct benefit. If you look at the supply chains of these businesses, you think that a tourist comes here and there's just one tour guide that takes them around in a car and takes them to Cape Point and so on. It is much, much more than that. Every time they eat at a restaurant, they are eating lovely little frilly lettuce that is grown in Philippi. They are eating chicken, or they're having any one of our agricultural or wine products that are grown right here and produced right here in the city. They are staying in hotels. Those hotels have got incredible supply chains that include laundromats and building supplies and construction industry. I mean, the supply chain for the tourism industry is incredibly complex and wide-reaching. There is hardly any part of our economy in the city that is not touched and benefits from the tourism industry and the hospitality and events industry in Cape Town. Then, on top of that, you add the fact that 28 million people, Councillor, tuned in to watch the Cape Town E-Prix around the world. 28 million people. You literally cannot buy coverage like that. You cannot buy it, not even for a R1 billion name on a soccer jersey do you get coverage like that. It is unmatchable. And one of a foreign journalist, I don't know if you watched Councillor, or maybe you had the privilege to attend the E-Prix, but if you watched the coverage at home, you will have seen that at some point, with this incredible helicopter overview shot of Cape Town just looking magnificent, going to 28 million people around the world, and there in the bay, 2 whales decided to jump out. You couldn't have scripted it perfectly. And a foreign journalist, I think a French journalist, came up to me afterwards and said, did the city arrange a diver to poke the whales so that it looked so great on TV? Now, everyone in the world knows about Cape Town. We have an incredible brand. But what that kind of coverage does is reminds everyone, I've heard about Cape Town, but that is a place I've got to visit. So it takes Cape Town from number 10 on their bucket list to number 1. And they get online and they start booking their next trip. And so the virtuous cycle of investment and job creation builds and builds and builds. But I want to go even further than that, Councillor. I've referred in my speech to a couple of truly global sporting events where the audience is massive and global. But the city invests in many dozens, if not hundreds, of very significantly sized community events as well around the whole city. I had the privilege of very recently attending the Mitchell's Plain Festival along with a number of councillors, an event that broke all attendance records back above its pre-COVID levels, and which the city has been and continues to be a very proud supporter of. From events at Kalani to community events in Belleville and every other part of the city that we support, the city is a very, very proud supporter of our events industry. And so I think that the entire city benefits. The value chains are actually available for you. There are many people that study the value chains of these industries. You can go and look at how deeply inserted and penetrative the value chains are into every community of our city, and you can go and satisfy yourself that this is great investment for our city and one that we are very, very proud to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We move on to the applications for leave. Madam Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to all the councillors. Speaker, apologies for today are as follows. Councillors Musa, Moses, Davids, Lightburn, Ahmad, Hendricks, May, Justice, Koba, Boy, Pakadi and Kleinschmidt. Councillors on sick leave are as follows. Councillors Franklin, Siebrits and Reis. Councillors arriving late would be Councillor Helfrich. And leaving early today would be Councillor Jacobs, Vandenberg, Klassen, Kay, De Vos, Tweet, Sono, Arendse and Jacobson. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other leaves of absence which have not been noted? Councillor Haynes, is your hand up? Carry on.
Thank you. My apologies if I've missed it. Councillor Makasi is also on leave. Councillor Paya and Councillor Kama. I think Kama and Paya's forms is still in the process, but just for the record that they are not able to attend today.
Okay, thank you. If you could, did you get that?
Yeah, as well as Councillor Popham will be leaving early.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dembuza.
There has not been a mention of Councillor Yeko, who is currently on sick leave.
Thank you very much. Are there any others that have been missed? All right.
Councillor May was mentioned.
Councillors, we have in the chamber for the ANC 37 councillors, for the DA 123, for the ARA 2, for the ACDP 6, for the AIC 1, Al-Jamar 1, the CCC 6, Cape Exit 2, CMC 1, the EFF 8, Freedom Front Plus 4, Good 9, the PA 5, the PAC 1, UDM 1, and the UIM 1. All right, so for the purposes of the votes, we will take those numbers as being present in the chamber. All right, councillors, I want to just announce two things, and that is that the councillors declaration of interests are due. They're in fact overdue, but there was a problem with the system, so we've allowed a bit of an extension till the end of next week. Councillors, please, if you have any problem getting onto the system or difficulty doing your declaration of interest, please go down and speak to Hayley Murray at the Councillor Support in James's office, and she will assist you to do your declaration of interest. Then we've got close to 5 hours of debate time, so I'm hoping that we have cooperation to conclude the meeting on time. There will be a lunch break at an appropriate opportunity of 45 minutes to allow you to go downstairs and grab something to eat and a cup of coffee or whatever, and be back. So without further ado, we move to section 5, which allows the city manager to raise any issues of urgency.
None, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move on to the confirmation of the minutes. There are 2 sets of minutes. If we look at the first one of the ordinary meeting on the 26th of January, we start on page 6. Are there any corrections to that minute? All the attendance is all correct and the minute correct. Can we sign the minute? Thank you. The second one is the meeting of the 24th of February, and we start on page 51, and that is concluded on page 55. Can we approve that minute? Thank you. Then we move on to the remainder of the agenda, and before we do that, I just want to say that the following items were agreed by the whips, and they are volume 2A, items 10, 11, 14, 15, 19, 21, 22, 23, and 24. In volume 2B, items 31 and 34. In volume 3, items 37, 38, 41, 43, 44, 45, and 46. In volume 4, we have items for noting, items 59 through to 68, and items 70 to 76, and items 78 to 85. On volume 5, item 86 is just for noting. Are there any parties other than good? We've got your list. Are there any parties who wish to raise any comment with regard to the items agreed to? Councillor Dambuza.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF has submitted to the Office of the Whip the list that consists of items that they don't agree to, but due to
And we start with volume 2A, and we're going to, for the purposes of the debate, cluster item 5 and 6. And the first speaker on that item will be Councillor Barnes.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, and all in the House. We have before us item C05/03/23. It is recommended that the comments on the proposed amendments to the 2022-2027 Integrated Development Plan as per Annex C to the report on the agenda be noted. The proposed amendments to the 2022-2027 Integrated Development Plan resulting from the 2022
and work in. Furthermore, Speaker, the Municipal Systems Act of 2000 further goes on to compel us to set up core principle mechanisms and processes that give meaning to a developmental local government and to empower municipalities to move progressively towards social and economic upliftment of communities and the provision of basic services to all our people, specifically the poor. Please note that one, specifically the poor and the disadvantaged. Whilst the Act also guides us on the importance of active engagements with our communities. Please note active engagement. Now, as the ANC Speaker, as much as we will also note the review, but better qualitative reports will much more appeal for better scrutiny from our publics and us as politicians to make sure that we do our oversight effectively. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Janse van Rensburg.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm speaking to item 6. The item before us reminds us that an accountable government must have a clear vision and key priorities when deciding how to best spend our funds and allocate our scarce resources. This is of course done every 5 years when the IDP for a new term of office is developed. However, in line with the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, Section 34 specifically, a municipal council must review its IDP annually. Our City of Hope is a dynamic force and responsive to changing circumstances that require us to review our IDP every year. As indicated on page 103 and further, the overall purpose of the IDP review is to make sure that as a city we are on track to deliver programs and projects that are relevant to support the city's strategic direction and narrative. Annexure A then probes the assessment of the IDP for the 2023-24 review and states that several domestic and international contextual changes referred to as strategic flags are noted. Due to its potential strategic impact on the city, a response at the categorized level is required. These responses can be as follows: to consider an IDP amendment, covered by existing programs, but to be monitored, considered increased organizational responses. Furthermore, covered by existing programs, but continue to be monitored. And the last one, to monitor. In only one instance is an amendment to the IDP recommended to add an initiative as a result of a strategic contextual change, and no surprise, relates to the increased intensity of load shedding. All existing 142 programs of the IDP remain relevant and do not require amendment. As is to be expected in an administration where openness is valued, due process was followed. The steps going forward then for the proposed amendments to be advertised for public comment for a minimum of 21 days during April of 2023, the proposed amendments to be tabled in May 2023 for council approval. Thus, the recommendation that our mayor table the annual IDP review as per Annexure A, also take the proposed amendments to the 2022-2027 IDP for the year 2023-24, including changes to the corporate scorecard and municipal entities, namely the CTICC and the Cape Town Stadium, and also the Circular 88 scorecards as contained in Annexure B. It is also recommended then that Council approve the public comment period of 21 days for the IDP review and the proposed 2023-24 amendments to the IDP. I therefore move the recommendation on page 106. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We have a recommendation on page 1 for item 5 and page 102 for item 6. Can we move the recommendation? All in favour? Any parties against the recommendation? The EFF? Are you against, sir? Against. And the CCC against. Thank you. Any other parties against the recommendation? The recommendation is carried. We move then on to item 7. Mr. Mayor, will you like to officially table the budget, just for the record?
Madam Speaker, consider it tabled, please, but there is an important addendum. You will have noticed, Madam Speaker, that the budget documents were prepared ahead of the official announcement by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa last week, I believe it was the 18th, if I remember correctly, about the official municipal increase to be applied. So we could not wait for NERSA. The budget documents go through the whole council process, and so they had to be prepared. So we worked on the basis of the announcement to standard customers that was announced back in January, with the important distinction, Madam Speaker, that the announcement of the increase to standard customers is not the same as the announced increase to municipalities. There has been some confusion from some of our colleagues on the opposition benches around this in recent hours. The increase to municipalities was not announced in January. The increase to standard customers was announced in January. The increase to municipalities was confirmed on the 18th of March. So we prepared the budget document with that in mind. Once the information became available on the 18th of March, we adjusted our final electricity tariff to be able to shield the blow for some residents to the extent that I outlined in my tabling speech. And now I would like Councillor Mbandezi to read in the addendum on the electricity tariff, please, now that that municipal increase is known to us and known to all municipalities around the country. Thank you.
Councillor Mbandezi.
Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, this is an additional recommendation in respect of the 23-24 draft budget. As the Mayor has alluded that on the 12th of January 2023, NESRA approved a revenue increase to direct Eskom customers of 18.65%. And then on the 16th of March 2023, NESA approved a lower municipal increase of 18.49% because of the different financial years. In the first 3 months, that is April to June, Eskom will not experience an increase, as their financial year commences on the 1st of July every year. The increase for Eskom standard tariff customers will be effective from the 1st of April 2023 and for municipality from the 1st of July 2023. The late municipal increase issued by NESA on the 17th of March 2023 has resulted in a reworked proposed average tariff for the city supplied customers of 17.6%. Due to the late submission of the NESA increase to municipalities, the budget documentation reflected a higher revenue parameter and accompanying tariffs. It is therefore proposed that the following amendment to the 2023-24 draft budget be considered. 1. That the amendment revenue parameter and tariffs of 17.6% to city supplied customers as reflected above be noted by Council. Number 2. That the relevant legislated MBRR Schedule A, Annexure A, and all applicable annexures to the budget report will be amended after Council, but before the submission of the 2023-2024 draft budget to National Treasury and for the public participation. It has been signed by myself and the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. You can bring that forward. So, okay, someone's correcting it there. So with that amendment, the draft budget is tabled. It will now be subjected to a public participation process as recommended on page 3. We move then on to item 8. And this is the 3-year agreement of the ABSA run, and the first speaker on that is Councillor De Vos.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, city colleagues and people of Cape Town, the decision before us requires the investment of an amount averaging R683,041.67 per year over the next 3 financial years in the ABSA Run Your City 10K event. One of our foremost renewable resources in Cape Town that attracts visitors to our shores is indeed the natural beauty of our city. No matter how long we enjoy the natural beauty of Table Mountain and indeed the greater Cape Town and surrounds, it does not run out or diminish in value at all. We cannot wish, beg, dream or pray for a better income generating resource, and an event such as the ABSA Run residents. The Absa Run Your City Cape Town 10K, which was awarded silver as well as gold leaf label status by World Athletics, together with the internationally recognized and acclaimed Sanlam Cape Town Marathon and Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon, positions our city as a prime global athletics destination. Out of 10,000 participants in 2022, 1,000 were visitors to our city. A very conservative spend of 3,000 rand from each of these visitors during their stay here equates to 300,000 rands worth of economic activity in Cape Town. Furthermore, this event has raised 300,000 rand towards charities that take care of the most vulnerable members of our society. Saving the best for last, there is, of course, the greatest benefit that the city of Cape Town derives from events: employment for our people. The award-winning Absa Run Your City Cape Town 10K has contributed towards the creation of 4,000 employment opportunities. 4,000 opportunities for unemployed people of Cape Town to earn an income that they would otherwise not have. Let us talk ROI, return on investment. A similar financial investment can get the city the exposure of 240 seconds worth of television advertising per year. Or, if this House approves this agreement, as indeed it should, it can get us hundreds of thousands of rands worth of economic activity in the city, 300,000 rand for charities that aid the vulnerable, and 4,000 odd employment opportunities for Cape Townians. I trust that it is plain for all in this House to see the value proposition and the returns offered by this investment, and that it by far exceeds the financial input that it requires. I therefore move that this recommendation be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Quina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are cautious when we have to approve ABSA-related matters, as ABSA still has a dark cloud hanging over it because of an alleged apartheid-era state capture of 225 million a year for 5 years, and also an alleged aiding state capture specialist convert Eskom loot into cash. Mayor, first and foremost, you must retract from sitting in your dark corners with this special events committee and decide on programs and events, and then come to us only when you seek approval for money or increment thereof. We agree to this item as sport plays a pivotal role in a life of a person and his or her health. But how are you going to make sure that information about this event is disseminated and reaches out to all four corners of the city, with a special focus to the teams in the townships? Why can't these marathons be held in our townships? I guess that's a rhetorical question, because we all know why. It is because every road and every street in the township has a pothole, or should I say a bathtub hole. Whereas in the affluent areas or in town, you can't even find a... Madam Speaker, can you please...
Councillors, allow the Speaker to please speak. That includes you, Councillor. Carry on, Councillor Mkwena.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. It is because every road and every street in the township has a pothole, or should I say bathtub hole. Whereas in the affluent areas or in town, Madam Speaker, again.
Councillors, please allow the Speaker to speak, and then please give us the reference numbers. Thank you. Carry on.
Yes. Yes. Madam Speaker, can I be protected?
Councillor, are you finished?
Can I be protected?
Councillors, please allow the councillor to finish. Please allow the councillors to finish. Councillor Haynes.
Before my comrade proceed, I would want to request you, you have interjected, you must increase his time with 1 minute, please.
Councillor, you want injury time?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Carry on, Councillor.
Yes, thanks, Chair, for the injury time. Whereas in the affluent areas or in town, you can't even find a hairline crack on the road. And if there is, it is fixed immediately. When potholes in our townships, like the ones in Oliver Tambo Drive in Samora Machel, or Skampet, take note, Chief Whip, or Skampeta Road, Welcome Zenzile, Walter Sisulu in Kailicha, and NY21, NY50, and Station Road in Kukuletu have become, potholes have become permanent features in our roads, or they should form part of the specification. If this can be taken to the township, it can expose the two-tailed city and how skewed the resources are disseminated more so towards the haves. This is vindictive as it shows that our people continue to be treated as refugees in their country of birth. But we are not surprised because Helen Zille referred to them as such.
Councillor, you need to wrap up now. You've had 2 minutes injury time.
And those are the sentiments echoed in the corridors of the DA.
Thank you. Councillor Ngubelanga. Councillor Ngubelanga.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, it cannot be correct that the City of Cape Town has 650,000 to spend on this event for running on the 2022-2023 budget, 682,500 on 2023-2024, and 716,625 on 2024-2025. And moreover, waive any costs on city-owned venues for this event. Our youth is devastated out there because of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. If the events department has no use of their budget allocation, why not allocate it to something better, like creating opportunities for the segregated youth in the townships who keep spending money that they do not have on transport and internet to look for employment and better opportunities? Speaker, the Stillwater Sports Company, I want it to be underlined that is from Stellenbosch, not the City of Cape Town, and the DA knows why. It's supporting the sport that's coming from the Stillwater management. The report does say that this event has a potential to create jobs, but what potential exactly? Where is proof that such number of jobs will be created and who will be employed on those jobs? Speaker, let it be on record that the AIC is against this recommendation, and we cannot say that we put service delivery first when money is spent on such events, where city-owned venue costs will be waived for this event, but the city cannot waive rental costs to the early childhood development centers who use the city-owned properties. And these ECDs, they are non-profit organizations, take care of our little children. Even though Alderman J.P. Smith, in a media statement issued earlier this week about this event, he mentioned that 4,000 jobs were created in the last 8 years by this event. There's still no proof of where exactly the jobs were created, who were the beneficiaries of the 300,000 charity that was actually raised up by this event. The jobs, did they include the desperate people from our townships? Was it actually any equality in that? Thank you, Speaker. AIC does not support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Nkavash.
Thank you, Speaker. So to Councillor Mqina, the name ABSA is a major sponsor for the event. It's nothing to do with the City of Cape Town. The city is supporting this event. Event organizers, secondly, choose, Speaker, the venue where they want to showcase or roll out the event. We don't choose for them. Job creation is way more than any event there. If you can invest this money elsewhere, we will not reap the benefits that we're going to reap here. So it is by far a proof and a testimony that you will get more job opportunities here, and you get the grassroots job opportunities for people on the ground. From the township, Councillor Ngubelang, these people are from the township, they are not from anywhere. We know them by faces, we see them every year. The sport events like this, Speaker, create and promote social cohesion in the city of Cape Town. We have also what we call the impact assessment, that is conducted every time post an event. That is where we get the figures, Councillor Ngubelang. So there is proof to that. In each and every event, there is an impact assessment that is conducted. It gets to the portfolio committee. You're not there, I would understand. Then we go through it, so we know each and every impact that a major event of this magnitude has done to Cape Town. We have had Kailicha Marathon, Councillor Mkena. We have had Langa Marathon in 2022. Where were you? The issue, Speaker, through you, the issue of potholes in a sub-council, in a street in Kailich, in a street in Guguletu, that is a prerogative of councillors in that sub-council to address that. So we can't...
We'll report them.
We can't subject the Absaran, my city, to now fix potholes in Kailich.
Order. Thank you, Councillor Ngavash. You may carry on.
Thank you, Alderman Purchase. So this ABSA Run Your City was previously known as FNB, Speaker, is growing, and we are very excited as a city. It has proven quite a significant strength annually since its inception in 2015, and has grown to be the third biggest race in the Western Cape race calendar. In its existence, so far we are very excited. The race has hosted more than 65,000 athletes and attracted some of the best African and international athletes in Cape Town with its potential growth limitless, Speaker. So I believe granting this 3-year agreement for the event organizers will give stability for them in planning for the next 3 years, and the city will continue to support them for the event, and we aim to grow its participation from over 10,000 in 2022 to around 20,000 in this coming 3 years.
Speaker, is he on injury?
Growth for this event. Growth for might be offered the injury time. Don't worry.
Conclude.
Thank you, Alderman Purchase. Growth for this event presents many opportunities for Cape Town, including jobs. Job opportunities, Councillor Mkena, is core, and is key for this event. It is a main contributing factor here.
Thank you.
Increasing tourism also, Speaker, on this. And
Councillor, you've made your point. Very well. Thank you. I want to ask the Deputy Mayor to comment. Councillors. Councillor, in terms of order, in terms of Rule 28.2, I'm naming you, Councillor Queen, for the first time, and you, Councillor Gunga. I know, but you're not supposed to. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
When we're clapping for the mayor, didn't...
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to comment to the comments raised by the colleague from the AIC. I think she's conflating the issues currently. I'm fairly confident that Councillor Nkavashi has responded to most of those concerns raised, and I'll ask that Councillor Quintus in a moment respond to the alleged potholes in those areas. But I also wanted to make the remark with regards to the city's ECD offering. I think we are clear in terms of our mandate. There are significant benefits that we are offering the ECDs. We've seen it in previous reports to councils where the development charges have been waived. In addition to that, when we're disposing of land...
Order. In terms of Rule 28.3, I'm now naming you, Councillor Gungi, for the second time, and Councillor Majuza for the first time. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, our offer to the ECD sector is quite significant.
Why always mentioning it?
And
Why
this would
always naming
include the offering of waiving developmental charges. It also includes the offer of significant reduction of the land we dispose of to the ECD sector, as much as 75% of the market-related tariff. So it's simply not true that we are not supporting the ECD sector. Also, the biggest issue that the colleague conflated was the issue around our offering to the poor. The Mayor, there was also some useful infographics on the screen as well, if the councillor is unable to read the report, report confirms our absolute commitment to supporting those most vulnerable. And that's why we have allocated and increased significantly our capital budget for the ensuing financial year. So, Speaker, I will ask that Councillor Quintus responds to the issue around the alleged pothole or the size of the pothole in those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Speaker, can you correct Deputy
Councillor?
Mayor? It's not alleged.
Councillor?
It's not alleged.
Councillor Quintus?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Madam Speaker, I am quite concerned that the Speaker on that item, Councillor Mkina, is in fact a member of the Portfolio Committee for Urban Mobility. And it has been mentioned many, many times.
Here's proof. Here's proof.
By myself, Madam Speaker, that firstly, one of the greatest assistances we can find in the city is our councillors. These issues around poor road surfaces are largely occurring in sub-councils that fall under ANC political leadership. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the request has gone out to councillors many times, Madam Speaker, that councillors please report, get reference numbers, and if there is no resolution, escalate it up to my office where they are assisted. And I refer to Councillor Haynes as a prime example of a councillor who is willing to drive issues that she is aware of and then bring them to me when she is not getting that little bit further. Councillor Haynes has been extremely grateful many times for the follow-through that occurs when one has started the process. However, we cannot fix what we do not know. We cannot escalate what has not been logged into the system. But lastly, Madam Speaker, one of the greatest, biggest helps that councillors can give us...
In terms of Rule 28.3, Councillor Gadini, I'm naming you for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor?
Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, just to end it, you know, we often see one of the biggest problems in areas across those sub-councils mentioned, where you find a high prevalence of water and sewer spills on the road. We have asked councillors to inform and educate the communities that they were elected to serve around the consequences of illegal dumping into sewer and illegal dumping into stormwater, as well as the prevalence of illegal connections to sewer and water. You do not find potholes where you do not find water or sewage. But the councillors are very reluctant to engage the communities around these issues that affect their health and affect their ability to drive on safe road surfaces. If the councillors across the floor, Madam Speaker, were willing to assist us, we could make progress possible together.
Thank you, Councillor Majinga.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I see Councillor Quintus was not ready for that question. I'll tell you why. There's a road in Wangi Drive, in Lower Cross Road. It's been there for 3 years.
Councillor, we're not going to talk about individual issues.
No, I'm just...
No, I want...
demonstrating.
It's a point of order.
It is minutes.
Then ask Councillor Haynes to elevate it to the Mako member's office. Okay? Have you got a point of order? Not a debate on any issue, a point of order. Yes. Okay, councillors, please. Councillor Satoshi.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I've been listening attentively. I want to draw the attention of Councillor Quintus to Rule 32.1.1 in terms of clarity, because he has referred to the function of the sub-council being one of those looking after the potholes. Is it a line of the sub-council, is it a core function of the sub-councils or the line departments to budget for resurfacing of the roads?
Councillor, we're not going into a debate on the issue. No, we're not going into a debate on the issue. Thank you very much. We're moving on. No, but he's a sub-council chair. He should know the answer. All right. I don't want to get into a debate on something which should be done at...
Madam Speaker, if I may...
Just hang on.
Us. I'm helping also the chairs of your political party, the chairpersons of the sub-councils. Councillor Quintas has made a reference to sub-councils. Now I need to get clarity from him, because where I am seated, I do not think that Councillor Mackenzie in his sub-council does have a dedicated budget as a sub-council.
Councillor, I'm not going to go into...
So he must clarify that point.
You're missing the
Because
point
if
and
we
you
don't
didn't
address
listen.
it, he's going to be misleading the House.
Alderman Satoshi. No, I'm not going to get into this debate. They know exactly how to elevate it the same way Councillor Haynes knows. Thank you very much. We have the recommendation on page 215. Those in favour of the recommendation, please indicate. All in favour, except the ARC. Thank you very much.
We're not in.
All right, we're moving on to item 9. The first speaker is...
Speaker, my card has always been up since you...
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't see that. Is it a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, on the last item. On the item that we are about to...
I'm not going to do any more debate. Are you voting against?
I'm not debating, Speaker.
All right.
I would request that you give me the dignity of listening to me before you answer. I'm raising here, Speaker, on behalf of the United Democratic Movement because you allowed a debate irrelevant to the item in discussion. And that is where the chaos started to be. Yesterday in our programming meeting, we agreed that you are going to take control of the meeting and make sure that everybody speaks to the items in discussion. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, Speaker, that you are leading this meeting to decay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there's no more debate. We're in the vote. Those against was the ARC, and we're moving on to item 9. Thank you. The recommendations on page 225, and the first speaker there is Councillor Gabuza.
Good morning, Speaker and councillors. As per report from the recommendation on Mr. McFinn, that states he has got interest to engage on a research with Department of Urban Working in hand with the University of Cape Town. As far as I am concerned, he was followed a right procedure when he declares with city interest of his intention. We are fully in support of such venture as long as he is not conflicting with the code of conduct in terms of venturing in business nature. We are very much on the outlook that whatever he shall be doing is not perpetuating any fraud intention behind, because lately city is being a soft target of fraud and corruption. As much as we are working to best of our ability to bring about change in our communities and sharing the sense of acumen to serve to the need, all this we expected it to be done with higher sense of ethics. We would like as well that other people who got talents and abilities to be taken into consideration if possible, and play a role as well to that they can learn more and develop their skills. We expect Mr. Roberts to come back to us after the completion of this project to report, take us through the entire stages of completion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Andrews.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the recommendations.
Thank you. All those in favour of the recommendations? Anyone against the recommendation? Thank you. It's unanimous. We move on to item 12, and the first speaker there is Councillor Majuza.
Thanks, Speaker. I thought it's 4. But anyway, we are not going to go to the crybabies when we invite them to come and assess their work, and they tell us about what they think is right or wrong. Councillor Quintas, you know what I'm speaking about. Speaker, the contract in detail is not clear.
This is also attested to by the National Treasury's comments in adherence to the MFMA's relevant directives. Whilst the Provincial Treasury emphasized the city's full compliance to the MFMA Section 33, Section 112, before proceeding with the contract. Whilst taking full consideration of the requirements that the Supply Chain Management Regulations, Section 31, procurement of IT-related goods or services, and that the contract management of the aforementioned services for all intents and purposes must give effect to the 5 pillars of procurement as entrenched in the Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic. However, when one went through the reported item and its compliance towards the legislated provisions, what we have also picked up, all FMFMA sections were partly adhered to. According to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 217, Speaker, when an organ of state, whether in the national, provincial, or local sphere of government, or any other institutions identified in national legislation, contracts for goods or services, this must be done in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective, which that is not the case with this one. Whilst the Supply Chain Management Regulation Section 31 posits that the city may only enter into such a contract that will impose financial obligations beyond the period of 3 years covered in the annual budget for that financial year if Section 33 of the MFMA has been fully complied with. Also, according to the Supply Chain Management Policy, in an event that the city seeks to acquire IT-related goods or services, the city manager may request the state agency, which is the State Information Technology Agency, to assist with the acquisition of IT-related goods or services through a competitive bidding process, in which case the parties must enter into a written agreement to regulate the services provided by and the payments to be made to the SITA. Also, the policy, Speaker, clearly states that in the transaction of IT-related goods or services that exceeds an amount of 50 million in any financial year, or whether the transaction value of a single contract, whether for 1 or more years, exceeds 50 million, the city manager must notify the SITA together with the motivation of the IT needs of that particular municipality. If the city has any rejection on any of the above, the reasons for such rejection must be submitted to Council, the Provincial and National Treasury, and the Auditor General. While Section 116 and Section 30 clearly states that the Supply Chain Management Policy presents a fundamental role to enter into such a contract, while Section 33 speaks to the soliciting of the views and recommendations both from the National and Provincial Treasury. Responding to the above section, Speaker, on page 244, the National Treasury clearly asserts that, according to Section 33, subsection 1, the city should make sure that the draft contract should be made public for comments, and those comments be considered and addressed accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor
However,
Langenhoven.
Speaker, we agree unless all of these legislative procedures have been adhered to.
Councillor Langenhoven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this tender is to procure goods and specialized support services to maintain the existing voice backend systems. Highly specialized and certified skilled resources are required to maintain and support the voice backend systems and ensure the 24/7 availability of the system. Furthermore, the city requires 24/7 priority support and response time in the event of the service disruption. The on-site support services agreement provides for priority maintenance and on-site support services for various specialized back-end Cisco switches, soft switches, firewalls, and gateway devices and Oracle session border controllers. The total estimated cost of the telecommunications voice system support and provisioning based on the proposed contract document pricing amounts to 140 million rand, excluding VAT, over a period of 10 years. The financial benefits of this contract is a longer-term contract will benefit the city financially for the following reasons. Reduces the SEM procurement and administration costs. Voice system products are generally not replaced frequently, thus no recurring project installation and migration costs that might have been required to shorter-term contracts. No retraining of costs for city staff. The supplier is able to submit and maintain a low markup throughout the contract, being more cost-effective than a shorter-term contract. The OEM supplier for the existing system provided up to 25% in product discounts for a longer-term contract. The initial setup, migrations, project, and training costs can run into millions. Therefore, it is not feasible to pay this amount every 3 years. Migration from one service provider or voice system to another can take years. Given the city has over 25,000 phone users, therefore it is not financially feasible nor practical to attempt the process every 3 years. The city is able to take advantage and lower pricing due to securing better pricing for longer-term contracts by leveraging economies of scale. I therefore propose that Council support and ratify the awarding of the tender number 369S 2021-22 for the reasons set out in the report
Thank
to
you.
Dimension Data. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is...
Speaker, on a point of clarity, I'm raising on
Point of clarity?
on point 32.1. Speaker, here we always tell the DA councillors that we don't need to be read the already existing
No, that's not a
report.
point of clarity.
No,
What's the
but
point
what
of
I want
clarity?
to, the answer that I want is the adherence to the compliance. For you to enter this contract, you must adhere to this compliance.
Okay, Councillor.
116 of the FMMA, Section 33, the supply
Okay,
chain
that's not a
acquisition.
point of clarity.
It's a point of
The
clarity.
report is on the...
Where is it?
The report
Where
is on
is
the
it on the
agenda
report?
and it's signed.
It is
Thank
not
you.
there on the
Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? The PA? Okay, and the PAC?
The EFF is against.
And the EFF? And the ANC? All right. Anyone else? Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried. We move on to item 13. And the first speaker there is Councillor Sono.
Masicama kusheni bethu. Masicama kusheni bethu na. Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. And also, I would like to take this opportunity and formally welcome my new ward councillor of Ward 56 and claim the victory, celebrate the victory that we've made against the Democratic Alliance in that ward. Yes, we took the word for you guys. You are afraid to contest, eh? You are afraid to contest because you
Councillor, you're going to run out of time.
Yes, I know.
Madam Chair.
Speaker, I'll take some of my time from item 18, don't worry, ne? Because I'm not going to speak on that one. But on the item before us, Speaker, I would like to say it's very nice every time you get reviews on the programs and policies and everything in council. Especially my city is coming a long way. And it's been a long war between the two areas of city of Cape Town around my city. Remember, we are running two cities here. We've got a city of affluent and we've got a city of poor. Now, the My City program is more efficient on the other side of the city. And if you want to acquire that transportation from the side of the poor, it's a struggle on its own. Now, when you review, I want you to also review the accessibility of my city, the same standards of the My City stations in our area. If you drive through Khayelitsha, you find My City is just a bus stop shelter that exposes you to rain. If you go to Blowberg, you've got the whole center that you can move around and even buy sweets and everything when you are going to get a bus. As much as we agree with the item, but we want these issues to be considered. Our people should not be given a lip service,
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dambuza. Councillor Dambuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. First of all, let me register that you've been biased in this meeting. You have been protecting the DA and making sure that you are dealing with the opposition. Now, the Minamu has started already. Let us start by indicating that it is quite important that the issue of values is being treated and there's a change that is taking place. And we must put out that the value that is being removed is trust. I mean, we can't be in a position that we keep trust in these values. Because here in the city of Cape Town, the people that have been elected and serving for the DA can't be trusted. I mean, we have Nora,
Cross, who is alleged that she did corruption when our people were suffering at the time of COVID, and therefore she was charged. How can we trust that person? I mean, we continue, we have Antonio van der Geert, and then that one, the alleged rapist. Again, even in that situation, how do you place trust in that situation? Then we have the one who tokolas Mbane.
Councillor, can you talk to the item?
I'm talking to the values. I'm talking to the values that are there. Now, we have Zaid Badruddin, who is somehow going through the process of making sure that he does not talk all electricity anymore. While we're moving forward, we then have the one that is just been famous not long ago, Councillor Malusi Boy, who has been fired from his position and making sure that he's not here with us.
Point of order. What is your point of order?
Speaker, the councillor is totally off track here. He's not speaking to the item. Please bring him back on track. Thank you very much. He's making allegations, unfounded allegations here in this chamber. Please bring him to book. Thank you, Speaker.
I'm naming you for the first time, Councillor Jansen, in terms of Rule 28.3.
Unfounded.
Councillor Dambuza, continue.
Yes, we are dealing with allegations here. We are fine with that. We are not afraid to deal with the allegations. But let's continue and talk about the value of trust. When we are talking about the value of trust, we must also say, I'm just worried that the mayor is no longer here. The mayor does not have trust in the councillor of the year. The fact that he's not supporting him in the conference that you are going in, instead is supporting solely so that he becomes the deputy chairperson of the DA in the national conference, simply tells you even him is not trusted. The only thing that is trusted to do is to impound taxes, and other than that is to make sure that there is enough law enforcement when the EFF goes to a national shutdown. Now, when we are going to the issue of the national shutdown, we understand why the mayor needed to make too much noise, because when they were doing a strike, they went to the offices of the ANC, provincial offices of the ANC, that have nothing to do with load shedding. And when they were there, they were busy doing kumbaya. And when they were busy doing kumbaya, there was nothing that was making sense in them bringing a memorandum in the provincial office of the ANC. And besides that, when you are doing revolutionary work, you can't be singing kumbaya. Now let's move forward. When the mayor was here in this council,
Councillor, the point is he's talking about values.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Speaker.
It's an esoteric thing. Carry on.
When we were here in this council, when we were here in this council last year, we asked the mayor in his question session about R848 and 2849, which is in Nyanga and Kukuletu as a housing project. He gave trust to Malusi Boy, and Malusi Boy said to us in this council that in December the projects will be done. Well, instead of the projects being done, it was taking down of the money, allegedly. Now, let's make this clear, Speaker, that the actual fact that is going to take in here, when you went to the offices of the ANC, you made a mistake. What you are supposed to do is go to MMC offices, because you are going to be dealing with MMC shedding. It was first Councillor Badruddin, MMC shedding number 1. Now it is Councillor Malusi Boy, MMC number 2. So it tells you clear, we are in MMC shedding level 2. But moving forward, we must prepare you that there are other MMCs that are coming. When we said don't play with whiteness, they are not your friend. Mbandezi, just wait in the line. Something is coming. We also want to say to Councillor Kavache, the fact that you are a cheerleader for Alderman JP Smith is not going to protect you too long. Something is coming. We want to also make this clear. Before we wanted the mayor to be here so that we make it in his face. We know that there is some nickiness that wants to put in Xanthia, Alderman Xanthia, to come back as an MMC. That is why even the sitting approach now, she's sitting in the front. And therefore, when it comes to human settlement, somehow she's sneaked in. Understandably, the reason why you are quiet, you've been having long meetings and
Thank
it's
you,
not
conclude.
sitting nice. Now, when we are concluding, Speaker.
Thank you. Your time's
No,
up.
you said I
Your
must
time's
conclude.
up.
You said
Councillor
conclude.
Haynes. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dambuza. You have hit the nail on the head. Speaker, good morning, colleagues, members of the media and public at large. Speaker, today we are asked to endorse values for the City of Cape Town in line with the DA's so-called vision of hope. Yes, values are important, but changing of words will mean nothing without both changing of attitude on the part of staff, including political will. These revised set of values, as per the report, has been endorsed by the Executive Management Team in November 2022, 5 months down the line. Already, and yet we've been seeing and hearing reports of staff members being suspended, others being arrested for corruption, others running away from getting their letters of suspension. Don't want even to mention and touch on Councillor Boy. Yet the values has been endorsed, and we are still seeing people. As late as this morning, there was a report of a high senior official in human settlement that has been arrested, and we are quiet. Speaker, citizens in the City of Cape Town really need to begin to feel they belong by not only changing words, spending lots of money on reprinting banners and posters. The time is now for us to begin to do things differently as per some of your values in the changing of it. As part of the new value says, doing things differently means fixing potholes and street lights in Umfuleni, Delp, Samora Machel, Jalo and Jal, to name but a few, like it's currently happening in Brackenfell at more speed, so that people of that area also begin to feel that they are part of the City of Cape Town. It must mean the pension in Bonteheuwel and Bellville South are treated better when they report service delivery challenges like those ones in Durbanville. They must not be sent from pillar to post and their water is cut whilst officials are dealing with their matters and dragging their feet. Changing values must also translate into spreading the budget more equally to all sub-councils to enhance and improve service delivery to those in the townships and in Bonteheuwel and Bellville South and Belha, Jalo and Jal. The ANC support the item. I thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in his inaugural address to this council, Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis said that the City of Cape Town should be a beacon of hope of what good governance looks like in South Africa. Over the last 16 months, this DA-led administration in the City of Cape Town has certainly done that. When the rest of the country suffers under the corrupt and dying African National Congress and its allies such as the EFF, GOOD, and the Patriotic Alliance cronies, there remains one beacon, one city of hope, and that is Cape Town. And it shows. From the Auditor General's report, we had a clean audit. To reduce load shedding to the lowest unemployment rate in the country, this city is miles ahead of any of its counterparts. And South Africans are noticing. They are semigrating from failing ANC-led municipalities to the city that offers them hope for the future. As a city, we can only achieve this through our unwavering commitment to our values, namely accountability, service excellence, caring, innovation, and openness. When I speak about accountability, it means that we take responsibility for our actions and ensure that we are transparent and honest in all our interactions with our citizens. It is critical in building trust with our citizens and ensuring that we are delivering high-quality service. Service excellence means that we are committed to providing exceptional service to our citizens. We understand that the quality of our service is critical in meeting the needs of our citizens, and we are committed to delivering services that are efficient, effective, and of the highest quality. Caring means that we are empathetic, compassionate, and considerate in service delivery. We understand that our citizens may be facing difficult and challenging circumstances, and we are committed to delivering service with kindness, understanding, and a willingness to help. Innovation means that we are committed to finding new and innovative ways to deliver services that are efficient and effective and of high quality. We believe that innovation is critical in improving service delivery. Openness means that we are committed to transparency and honesty in our interactions with our citizens. We believe that openness is essential to building trust with our citizens. Our values represent our commitment to creating a city of hope in South Africa, a city that is inclusive, responsive, and delivers high-quality service to all its citizens. By upholding these values in all our actions and decisions, we can ensure that we are meeting the needs of our citizens and creating a better future for our city and our country. Madam Speaker, I move this report.
Thank you. So the recommendation is on page 366. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? No one's against. Thank you. We move the goods against.
With concern, Speaker.
You
in
got-
favour with concern.
Good.
You know our line.
Okay. Against the recommendation on the values with concerns. Okay, thank you. Moving on, item 16.
Speaker, not against, support with concern.
You support values
With
with concerns.
concern.
Okay, thank you. Item 16, Councillor Kasim.
Dear Speaker, property management is in the process of transferring Earth 180-267 located at 5 Rio Grande Street, Manenberg to Harvesttime Pentecostal Church. The applicant was made aware of the fact that they would be responsible for the payment of development costs, and it formed part of the sale agreement conditions. However, in line with the City of Cape Town's strategic objectives of being a caring and a well-run city, today I recommend that Council relinquish a very huge financial burden from a church and to commit, in practicality, our commitment as an inclusive city run by the dear admin that welcomes and we appreciate and value all its faith-based communities in this particular context. I recommend that we amend the 50% waiver and to listen very carefully, amend the 50% waiver of 50% to 70% for the Harvesttime Pentecostal Church. I spoke to the MACO member who is in agreement with this amendment to this very huge reduction in the waiver. Furthermore, I recommend that Council notes that property management will offset the development charges against property management DC exemptions in respect of Harvesttime Pentecostal Church for the applicable development charge liabilities and the revenue foregone in respect of the transfer of Earth 180-267 situated at 5 Rio Grande Street in Manenberg. I so move for this recommendation, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Christians.
Speaker, thank you, and we as the ACDP support the amendment. Also thanking the Mayor and Alderman Voss for listening and, you know, partnering with us in this, because we know that our biggest partner when it comes to crisis within this city is religious organizations. So this is an example that the city does care, that whether it's food, shelter, counseling, these are the people and the organizations that we run to. So we support this. And Speaker, when we look at the location of this organization, Rio Grande Street in Manenberg, we know that most people look at it and say that nothing good can come from there. But here the city is saying we are willing to assist to make sure that the impact for the past 15 years that this organization has been making is going to become, and we're helping these guys turn a dream into reality here. We're not turning this dream of theirs into a nightmare like we saw with the national shutdown. This is something that we can be proud of. It's not something that we're going to be embarrassed about. And Speaker, while I'm speaking about the shutdown and the EFF, I want to inform them there's only one commander-in-chief in charge whose name begins with a J and ends with a S, and his name is Jesus. Speaker, in conclusion, Mayor and Councillor, and also to Councillor Aslam, thank you for the acceptance of the recommendation, and we support. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 392. Do we all agree with the recommendation? Thank you, except the EFF have noted. All right, thank you very much. Item 17. The first speaker, Councillor Brainard.
Thank you, Speaker. The Cape Independence Party welcomes this updated policy as it is important for the city to constantly focus on the crucial issue of water security and cleanliness of our oceans and water bodies, as per this item and the Mayor's speech this morning. One issue which are only lightly touched on and which has not received enough attention in the document, to my mind, is the issue of upgrading of the city's outdated sanitation infrastructure. Here I'm not only referencing wastewater treatment plants, but also outdated underground infrastructure which is used for sanitation purposes. In many high-growth areas where development takes place, the replacement of old underground infrastructure is not happening as it should. The same complaints from the same complainants that are received by the city year on year, and certainly by myself as a councillor, is testament to this. Is the lack of upgrading due to possible operational financial constraints? If so, then it is high time for the city to sit around the table and to do an estimation of the older areas such as Kraaifontein and Brackenfell Central, and many others, of what it will cost to replace outdated underground sanitation infrastructure and to make the funding available for the upgrade of such. The same goes for areas where extensive development is happening. In the document it stated, and I quote, "The city commits to developing a strategy for sanitation that will elaborate on mechanisms to ensure that the current status is improved and to prevent a recurrence of a poor environmental state," end quote. We look forward to seeing a standard operating procedure or strategy report in this regard. Speaker, as we should not always focus on the negative, allow me to congratulate the city on keeping the taps running. Even during the worst of the times of the terrible drought we experienced as a city, we have not gone without water, and this can be applauded. But we then need to ask whether load shedding will be a factor in future which can ruin this milestone, as is allegedly happening in other cities and towns across South Africa. I hope not, but if so, then the city should inform the public of such a possibility. The public participation undertaken for this policy is questionable to my mind. To advertise in 2 daily newspapers and in sub-councils and libraries does nothing to reach most people on the ground. Nowhere can it be seen that real effort has been made to inform those on the ground who will rather get and read a community newspaper which is delivered free of charge to their homes. I'm certain that the city would have received many more comments than the 199 indicated in the document should it have targeted the free of charge papers and other more consumer-friendly avenues such as the rates and services account. The Cape Independence Party supports the item in front of us.
Thank you,
Thank
Alderman.
Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this policy, the Water and Sanitation Services policy, is the first time that we're putting together what is up to now been a whole lot of disparate policies covering different aspects of the water and sanitation service. So this policy deals with not only water provision and sanitation, but also stormwater. Essentially, it brings together in a broad view, and I think it's important to understand that it is intended to be in a broad view, the whole concepts around this to ensure that there's proper transversal management of the entire water system, that we comply with all matters of regulation, that it falls also in terms of complying and in line with all the other policies of the city, such as the IDP, many of the social and economic policies of the city as well. So that is the broad intention of this policy. So yes, it does not in every sense go into detail, but rather sets a commitment, such as, for example, that we fully commit to comply with all national legislation that impacts on the water cycle, and that we would put programs into place. So the policy itself does not give all those that is then expressed further in many other documents and also in terms of the budget. So the question of Councillor Brainard about whether there is commitment in terms of that sanitation, well, I think we can only just look at today's tabled budget. You will find very significant provision for that. There has, over this past year, been increases in the budget for both operations on sanitation, also in terms of pipe replacement, for example, of upgrading of sewer pump stations. And even on today's agenda, we have 2 items to deal with the upgrading of Potsdam wastewater treatment plant to a value of 5 billion rand. And I think if you continue to look through the rest of the budget, you will see that this policy is significantly backed by significant expenditure from the city. And equally, the question around load shedding, yes, there is an important impact on that. And in fact, again, there is an item on today's agenda. Look at item 69 and you will see how we have described the risks that load shedding is bringing to our water supply system. So I thank Councillor Brainard for his support on this item and want to assure you that all of the issues she's raised are top of mind for us. And we intend to drive those issues to ensure that this policy will not simply be a piece of paper, but will actually implement a very useful and successful water and sanitation system in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have the recommendation on page 423. All in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Any against? No?
Good with concern, support with concern.
With concerns. Okay, thank you. Item 718, Councillor Deniso.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Lwandle Margaret Museum is the first township-based museum in the Western Cape, which is found in one of the most progressive wards, which is Ward 86. The museum is one of the 2 museums in South Africa that speak about issues of labor, the only museum in South Africa whose main focus is migrant labor. The Lwandle Migrant Workers Museum is an NPC, which is non-profit company whose main aim is to serve the immediate community of Lwandle and Nomzamo through public programs and skill development. These programs are provided for free to the community by the museum and benefit the community at large as well as learners. The museum's main funds come from the international visitors through entrance free, and over the years, and with COVID-19, the museum struggled to stay afloat, and this affects the quality of programs it produces and the amount of work opportunities provide. Singabahlali baselwandle nasenomzamo sithi cimani eli tyala kwimuseum yabahlali baselwandle. Eli liziko lenkcubeko kunye nembali kuthi bantu baselwandle nasenomzamo. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as the ANC, we support the application for the waiving of the development charges to enable the expiration of a certificate of registered title for EF 35795. The waiver will ensure museum stability, more job creation, and deliver of quality public and education programs in the community of Lwandle and Nomzamo. As a provincial heritage site, it will increase the impact in heritage, protection, and conservation, as well as allow people to interact more with heritage site.
Thank you, Councillor Siti.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, the item before us seeks approval from Council that property management waives the development charges in the amount of 44,043 Rand 5 cents in respect of ERF 35795, which is located in Lwandle Migrant Museum, located in Lwandle. Just before I continue, I want to also just correct what, or the misleading notion that has been made by Councillor Diniso. This initiative is not coming from the ANC, but it's coming from the DA-led administration. Gumbutho we-DA othi lena ezi-charges maziweyivishwe. Ayonto lena esuka kwi-ANC. Madam Speaker, the approval of this waiver by council will enable the registration of a certificate of registered title for the property, which would in turn allow for further development of the property. It must also be noted that no objections were received from relevant departments with regards to the waiver. Madam Speaker, the strategic intent of the city that aligns with this item is economic growth. By approving this item as council will ensure that the property through further development has the capacity to play a significant role in the overall strategy of creating jobs and investments within the Cape Town economy, which will directly benefit the residents of Luandle, not only Luandle, but Asanda Village and Nomzamo, as all these areas utilize the Luandle Migrant Museum. Madam Speaker, in closing, I did a site visit to the area in order to realistically contextualize how the waiver will be of benefit to the community. During my site visit yesterday, I met young people that applauded the work done by the DA-led administration in the city. They further asserted that we must never allow the ANC to ever lead this administration. They explained that in ANC-led municipalities, the ANC has failed to do the basics for the citizens. And to them and many young people, it has become clear that the DA is the only party that can produce an effective government that can get the basics right. Madam Speaker, the recommendation from the DA-led administration to this council further negates the narrative that the DA only cares and prioritizes certain parts within the city.
Conclude, please.
The recommendation shuts every person that has ever said that the DA cares only for a particular group. If we are truly cognizant of the contents of this item, we will all agree that the DA-led city of Cape Town is a caring city for all its residents and all communities within the metropolitan. I therefore move that council approve this item as per recommendation stipulated in 508. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a point of order or point of clarity? What is it? Clarity.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, there were debate here which was advocating.
What is the point of clarity?
My point of order is directed to Councillor Lisette. Madam Speaker, we just talk about values here, that the city needs to advocate values. Now, the Councillor Lisette is sitting there. No, Councillor
Speaker, point of order.
He has been alleged.
Point of order.
No.
Okay, Councillor,
He has
it's not a point of order.
No.
It's not a
He has
point of
case in
clarity.
court
We're moving on. Thank
for
you. The recommendation
Give him a
is on page
He has a
505. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you.
It's why you
Are there
sitting here in
any... Councillor, I'm naming you now for the second time. It's not a point of clarity. Thank you. Those against this recommendation? There are none against. Thank you. The recommendation is carried.
Madam Speaker,
Deniso, I'm sorry.
Why are you sitting
That
here
is
in
a
the chambers?
The first time I'm naming you. Thank you. Thank you. Item 20.
You can't be...
Councillor Claassen. Councillor Claassen. Item 20.
Speaker.
Councillor Mackenzie.
My apologies, Speaker. There is a councillor there to your left, I'm not sure exactly who it is, that is consistently shouting the word out, rapist, rapist, rapist. That's completely unacceptable, ma'am.
Please bring it to me as a code of conduct violation. Thank you. We're moving on.
Speaker, on
Councillor Claassen. I think, Councillor Satoshi, those in glass houses should not be throwing stones until we have judgments. Councillor Claassen, please carry on.
Don't speak. Wait. Don't speak.
Councillor Claassen, and I'm naming you now for the last time. No more speaking time for you. Councillor Claassen, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We welcome this updated annexure to the IDP plan of current, and we have really high hopes that this will provide a better work frame or framework where more adequate housing could be delivered to the residents in the city of Cape Town that has been plagued by all sorts of crimes relating to the backyard dwelling pandemic that we find ourselves in. We are glad that the scales are finally falling off the eyes and that the city is willing to do much more, and that they finally see that housing is a primary need for our residents. However, Speaker, ARA must state the following, that this Human Settlements Department under the leadership of Malusi Boy has come more under fire than a rocket ship. The latest being the MACO member being fired from the MACO position for allegations about fraud and bribery. But what is worse than this serious charges is that some of these underbelly dealings was done with alleged known gang leaders. Speaker, these alleged dealings has not just robbed our people, but also provided alleged gangsters the resources from ordinary hard-working men and women to finance the uncontrollable gang activity on the Cape Flats. This department carries the blood on its hands as every young man who lies on the street, blood gushing out of him, is a result of these underbelly dealings. This department must start listening to its residents, the outcry of its people. How many times were accusations brought forward about corruption in this department, but it was simply sown away? The chief in charge, the mayor, must start cleaning up his house, as this is the second person in his MACO that has been relieved of his duty. We need to do more where housing is concerned, but not at the expense of the life losses on the Cape Flats. Mr. Mayor, get your house in order.
Thank you, Councillor Sono.
Speaker, I think I've got 4 minutes now on this item.
Councillor Alderman Satoshi, allow the lady to speak.
Speaker, first and foremost, I can say it's very nice to serve in this portfolio, because all what is happening now, it's issues that we've been raising in the PC. Why the projects are being stalled time and again, and allegedly by the gangsters. It is a DA norm. Let us start from there. If you remember, we had a project in Manenberg where people were moved to containers so that the flats can be renovated. It was clearly said the gang bosses were paid to make sure that project continues. Hence, we had a sick person in one of the containers. Now the project had to be fast-forwarded so that no more people that get sick there, and the gangsters are taking control of the project. Today, why do we seem surprised? When the projects are being stalled through gangsterism and the payment of the gangsters, it's been coming a long way. Now, you've got ordinary citizens that are waiting for their houses, and here we are claiming the integrated plans, everything that is glossy. On the ground, you've got projects that have been stalled for 2 years and more. People are living in water now. Another rain season have started. The recent killings in the Delft project, it cost people of Blackisdorp, people of Freedom Farm, people of Malawi Camp not to have houses for another 3 or 4 years to come. Now we are sitting here nursing the corrupt MACO members, starting from Councillor Gross. I don't know why is Councillor Gross still in this council. I really cannot explain. And she was charged. Now you have a Malusi Boy, I think is also a target or a victim of the process. That has been alleged and investigated. It's been taken away immediately. And we need answers. Because in this portfolio, we've been taken from pillar to post, and I've been saying, I can't be taken in between the infights of the PC chair and the MACO member, because you could see the competition. Now it's clear someone had to leave the portfolio with allegations that are truly founded or not. The reality, someone has to relieve the position for the other. And we cannot afford that as citizens of Cape Town. And claiming to be a caring city that have people who still live in shacks that don't even have roofs, who live in shacks whereby the water, when it's raining, it comes in floods inside. And yet you've got projects and monies that are going down with the legs of the nice trousers of the MACO members, or that are being paid to gangster bosses. As this city, if you want to deal with the development through gangsters, you must admit to that, so that we move back, because I cannot deal with such projects. And if this department in particular is not suitable for you, you must give it to another party in the city, so that the other party that does not have alignment with the gangster bosses at night. Because when we sleep, you drive in Cape Town at night, you find the buildings, lights are on, and you wonder who's still in office. They are not working proper, and you know who I am. They are not working, they are busy planning, they are dealing with...
Thank you, Councillor. Conclude.
I'm going to conclude by saying, planning has been coming for years. Opportunities has been coming for years. The real delivery, we cannot say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kutswana.
No, it's going to be me. I hope you're saving my time, Speaker. I so wish that we can have an electronic time-keeping mechanism here, because this thing of our time, but in any case, the mayor and his administration has shown us in numerous occasions that they are clueless and are not willing to understand the needs of our people citywide. The Speaker, I'm saying this being manifested in the recent broadcasted interview that he had, that was done with the mayor, which raised a lot of concerns of some of us as council members, of whether does this person knows exactly what is he responsible for. In his interview, the mayor went on to say, I quote, "The new development trend that we are seeing amongst our local communities of building backyard apartments, better known as flats, is assisting the housing needs of our informal settlements." Close quote. This was pure misrepresentation of the housing challenge we are faced with in this municipality. It further made one wonder if who is surrounding him. Does he even have a form of a research team, or just surrounded by some paycheck collectors? Let me give you some free advice, mayoral committee, interim mayoral committee, and you, mayor. Scholars of development have put forth the importance of evidence-based development decision-making, and that people who end up residing in these apartments, Speaker, it is your young people who just found jobs, and also some of them seek refuge for their own privacy from their overcrowded family homes. It is students from other provinces, and also it is people who are coming from other provinces for the purposes of work. And in extent, it is foreign nationals. So, Mhlekazi, there are no unemployed informal settlements or backyard dwellers who can go around and rent those flats or apartments. And because those apartments don't come cheap, you can even ask the askaris that are surrounding you, whom understand the dynamics of our communities, to tell you, not lie at your face. Furthermore, Speaker, I was so much disappointed when I was also even sitting in our PC meeting having a discussion about backyard dwellers and informal settlements, where DA members, the city has to prioritize informal settlements over backyard dwellers. What is the difference? An informal settlement is a structure that is built without plans. The difference between the two is the location. Clearly, it shows that here we are dealing with people who are planning with no evidence, with no information. That's Chamsa King. Speaker, in Ward 39 used to be Ward 39, according to the statistics of South Africa, State South Africa of 2011, there are 526 backyard dwellers with 82 rooms in backyards, whilst Ward 41 has about 413 shack dwellers or backyard dwellers and 36 backyard rooms, with Ward 40 sitting at 347 backyard dwellers with 123 rooms at the back, which at times
overwhelms the city's waste or water and sanitation infrastructure, and affects the stability of households and human livelihood. Furthermore, Speaker, in Ward 39, we have more than 266 households that accommodates more than 10 members. In essence, Speaker, what we are saying, we will much appreciate if this review of this housing sector plan could speak to the needs of our communities, not some thumbsucked information which does not give us any progress in the issues that we are facing regarding this directorate, which is human settlements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nsoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first issue I wish to iron is that I'm doing my job together with my committee without favor, without fear. And at the time when we were working with Councillor Boy, I want to correct you, Councillor Sono, we had to be robust and do our work.
On that.
I was not in competition with him. So I want to clarify that, make it very, very clear. And secondly, the issue of the difference between informal settlements and backyarders. According to the policy of the City of Cape Town and the way we work in this Directorate of Human Settlements, we regard all of them as informal settlements. We don't treat them differently. So, Councillor Mjuza, I want to make that one very clear. And thirdly, I want to request the councillors of the opposition to do not kill the time of this august house, this council, by writing frivolous motions to this council. I want to encourage them to okay, what point?
Is campaigning to be make a member.
Just Councillor, let the councillor speak, please.
All right. I want to encourage the councillors of the opposition to work with us to implement the plans of the City of Cape Town. So far, we are receiving frivolous motions about non-delivery of human settlements to certain areas of Cape Town, especially in the ANC wards. That needs to be corrected. We have very good councillors of the ANC in our portfolio committee, Councillor Mkutswana. I think it is best that you communicate with him to find out what is happening. For an example, today we have two motions about Blueberry, about Fardale. Those projects are in implementation, but they are motions sent to here to waste our time. So I want to appeal you moving forward that the integrated human settlements 5-year sector plan for the period 2022 to 2026 was approved by Council in May 2022 as an annexure to this city's new term of office. I want to highlight to you the successes that have been made in this short space of time. The sector plan is aligned to the housing priorities as outlined within the IDP and have demonstrated to the commencement of these priorities where applicable and started to gear itself towards delivering on these priorities. IDP housing priority number 1, that is city-owned land release for affordable housing. Land release related program has been adopted and is being implemented with the support of key sister departments. The release of land for the development of social housing is being prioritized. An estimated 4,958 social houses are planned to be delivered between 2021 and 2025. The second one that is a housing priority is the 10-year security program. City's strategic intent to expedite the transfer of ownership of the city-owned rental properties that are deemed saleable and are delayed transfer properties, thereby promoting empowerment for eligible tenants. The city acknowledges the barriers to transfer and has committed itself to establish a plan of action to incentivize tenants to accept transfer of saleable rental units by addressing the internal challenges related to this initiative by adopting no-cost transfer program in October 2022. The third priority, that is public rental housing, an asset management improvement plan and turnaround plan have been developed to address the challenges and constraints associated with the asset life cycle of public rental housing. An initiative stemming from this plan was an appointment of a National Housing Finance Corporate as an implementing agent to conduct maintenance and repairs on the public rental housing units across the city of Cape Town for the period of 2021 to the period of 2023. As part of their scope of work, the NHFC will develop. Okay, let me go to the bottom one. It is recommended that the Integrated Human Settlement Plan 2022-23 review
Councillor, conclude, please.
Approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you concluded? Thank you. Do you still have a point of clarity?
Yes.
Councillor Sono, what's your point of clarity?
My point of clarity, Speaker, would be, firstly, when the chairperson of the PC is speaking, I don't think you need to consume most of his time by responding to us.
Okay, Councillor, it's not your prerogative to decide how he speaks.
Speaker. The other thing.
Okay, thank you. That's not a point of clarity. Alderman
I'm still speaking,
Satoshi?
Speaker.
No, but it's not a point of clarity.
I was speaking on the item.
The item.
I'm saying I was a speaker on this item. I think I deserve it.
So what is the point of clarity? You need to come to a point of clarity.
In my mouth, Speaker. That's the problem I'm having now. Don't run in front of me. I think we need to run together here in this marathon. Otherwise, one is going to fall on the road.
No. Councillor, it's going to be a long marathon if you don't get to the point.
Yes, especially when you look at the results of the by-election in Berry Day, where you could see that...
okay, that's not a point of clarity.
I went
Alderman Satoshi?
In my first contestation.
That's not a point of clarity. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a point of clarity. I draw the attention of Councillor Nsodo to 32.1.1. He was referring to the issue of delivering well in terms of the housing delivery. I just want to find out from him, with the 549 million rand that has been given as a grant in terms of the informal settlement upgrade, partnership grant, how much have you spent thus far to date? On top of that, with the 965 million rands that has been given to your department.
Okay, Councillor, that's not part of the debate. That's not this item.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
No, it's not. We're moving on. There's a,
No, it is.
It's not part of the item.
It is. Nsodo is talking about...
Sorry.
It is. Speaker. Don't come.
Tell me what line in the speech or the item it comes from.
I'm asking direct question to him on spending and service delivery. Now I'm asking specific question.
This is the sector plan.
Yes.
It's not clarity. Okay, thank you. We're not going to deal with that. We have a recommendation, councillors, on page 528. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Anyone against? The EFF's against? Thank you. Anyone else against?
Yes, the EFF
The CCC is against. Thank
Speaker,
you.
normal, good. Support with concern.
You
And
got
just
concerns
put out why
again.
we have
Thank
these
you.
concerns.
All right. And I'm sorry I can't see that far. What party is that?
It's Al Jamaa.
Al Jamaa. Are you against?
Yes.
We support with concern, Speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, then the item is carried. We move on then.
Why are you not clapping for Nsodo?
We move on to item 25, and the first speaker is Councillor Angus Mackenzie.
Thanks. Morning, Speaker. Or afternoon, Speaker. Stop, man. Speaker, this is such a good news story, not only for Cape Town, not only for public transport users in the city, but for residents of Sub-Council 15 and more specifically, residents of Maitland. Further, Speaker, this report before Council shows that even PRASA, a national government-controlled entity, has lent its support to the use of a portion of land to allow us to fulfill our commitment to residents to provide a reliable form of public transport. Our hope now, Speaker, is that this goodwill shown by PRASA will be extended to handing over the function of rail to the city in its entirety, where we have proven through our My City expansion and success that we are more than able to run a successful rail service. Speaker, so long as it takes you to get back to Council. Speaker, throughout the public participation process, which was implemented successfully through the Sub-Council, it was clear that despite some confusion, the overwhelming majority of participants gave the city the green light to not only turn a single carriageway into a one-way, but also to ensure that they have access to a transport system that would link them to better jobs, better schools, better opportunities. This implementation does not only see construction work take place, lanes changed and a new PTI built. This project shows that when residents speak, the DA-led City of Cape Town listens. And while we listen throughout our structures, such as portfolio committees, sub-councils and our full councils, we respond by delivering infrastructure that will benefit those communities for generations to come. Mobility, Speaker, is a key driver to economic growth, and here in Cape Town, we want to prioritize the safe and cost-effective movement of people to achieve that economic growth. This project, Speaker, is but one of many projects currently taking place in Ward 56 for the residents of that area by the DA government. With housing projects well underway in the nearby vicinity, more and more people will now move closer to the economic hub, and with the approval of Council today on this report, may not need a car in the future to link them to other parts of the city. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to highlight two of the participants in the public participation process. One was Pedro de Albuquerque that said, "This is great for Maitland." Two was Dahane Manuel that said, "I'm pleased with the new My City bus development as it will make traveling so much easier. Currently, I'm using my vehicle to travel, so I will save on fuel and wear and tear." Speaker, as I conclude, let me thank our opposition parties, both in the Portfolio Committee as well in the Sub-Council, who all supported this report coming through. In this city, we listen, we act, we deliver, and then we change the lives of people for the better. I support the recommendation.
Councillor Davids.
Good day, Madam Speaker and everybody present. It's all good and well that a new bus station must be built for Maitland. The airport route has been closed due to not in demand, and then the other reason was due to diesel price increases. Atlantis My City was part of the phase 1, and up until today it's not even completed. Still too little buses. 90% of the Atlantis, Momri, Witstrand and Pella residents makes use of this bus services. Madam Speaker, it was promised in a news article in November 2022 that the city intends to reallocate the buses that ran to the airport to higher demand routes, including lines that connects Atlantis with Tableview routes and to City Centre and Century City. Up until today, there's still nothing. Atlantis and surrounds are still waiting for this to happen. The buses can't keep up with the daily capacity. It's overloaded buses. Commuters deals with buses breaking down daily, leaking windows on rainy days. The December My City holiday services was also just stopped out of the blue in 2022 and left holiday makers and our residents stranded. Table Bay Mall was built in 2017 and no proper bus shelter for the commuters either. Winter is approaching and the Table Bay employees must stand cramped up under a little sheltered bus stop. The airport buses are neatly parked at the depot with paying commuters that are suffering daily. Madam Speaker, is this the city that works for you? The approach the city have with the My City challenges makes one believe that the Atlantis people should wait and they are not always important or are always overlooked. I might be wrong, but I'm a regular user of My City and personally feel that the Atlantis people don't matter. CCC is in favor, but feels that the phase
Councillor Popham.
Speaker, including that SASSA beneficiary.
My minutes. CCC is in favor, but feels that the phase 1 must be completed first before moving on to any other My City projects. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Quintus.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really don't have much to add in terms of the Maitland component, which is really what the item is about. And just must congratulate my extremely erudite colleague, Councillor Mackenzie, on putting the facts before this council. I do want to say that the city is extremely grateful. This city of Cape Town is extremely grateful for the faith and the confidence shown by national government and us being the only metro in the country that they were prepared to fund a rapid bus system mega project of this nature. And we live to serve, and we work to achieve, and we will implement it incrementally as we go, with great thanks to national government. In terms of the comments from the previous speaker, Madam Speaker, I just want to mention that, the City of Cape Town, we are very often referred to as victims of our own success. And it is with great appreciation that we thank the communities in Atlantis for adopting the MyCity as their preferred method of transport, being most affordable, most efficient, and most reliable, and safest. We are also left with complex challenges, which I do believe the previous speaker's colleague who sits on our portfolio would possibly be able to enlighten her around, that the various routes are operated by various different joint ventures or vehicle operating companies. This means that the 9-meter buses from the airport route are not viable for the demand that we are experiencing in Atlantis. What we are looking at doing immediately now is negotiating between VOCs to swap around buses, so that buses that are of the adequate size to service the extreme demand for which we are very grateful will be able to be allocated to Atlantis, and we do so in a manner that allows us to ensure that people are kept moving. And but we are grateful that the councillor who spoke before me also uses the MyCity bus, and I'd like to see many more of our councillors using it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 935. Are we all in favour of the recommendation? Okay. Have you got any concerns? We're all happy? Thank you. The motion is carried. Okay, the next item, item 26, and the first speaker is Councillor Manuel.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will leave the merits of the OLP for Councillor Quintus to speak to at the end, and I will focus on the process followed for this item, because really, without good process, we will constantly trip over ourselves. Madam Speaker, in line with the new city values that my colleague Councillor Rodney Cameron spoke to, we have one called innovation, in where we are trying to create an environment where people are comfortable to make suggestions, and also in line with openness, we are wanting to be a city, and we clearly already are, a city which is open to listening and accepting others' opinions. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw the House's attention to Annexure B, and in Annexure B is every single comment submitted by the public in the public participation process. Now, this is in addition to the extensive debate that we had in our portfolio committee, and which I'm sure the MACO also had in their sitting. And in Annexure B, you can go line by line, and I will refer to the one that refers to Chapter 4.5, number A, where a suggestion is made to include more detail about the kind of minutes that the guidelines are looking for, and the officials in fact do that. So they amend the OLP in line with the suggestion made by the public. This happens again and again and again throughout Annexure B. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very comfortable that the values which we just adopted today already are being espoused by the officials in the Urban Mobility Directorate, as well as Councillor Quintus in the MACO, and I'm happy to recommend this item along with Councillor Quintus. Thank you.
Councillor Quino.
No, Madam Speaker, you must pronounce my name properly. Try by all means. I can see that you are fine with Councillor Nchuncha now, so you must try with me as well. Madam Speaker, the two centers of power in the Western Cape are in no way abetting the predicament in the application of the operating licenses in the province. Instead, they exacerbate the already complex and tedious process. If the minibus taxi operators have applied for 100 operating licenses in the city, and the city only approves 50 over a very long period of time, that's a problem. The City of Cape Town has a responsibility to regulate, enforce, improve management of public transport and other role players through an integrated, intermodal and interoperable public transport model that prioritizes public transport in accordance with demand, density and land use. Masses of our people in the recent past have occupied vacant land across the City of Cape Town. The vacant pieces of land were not developed deliberately by the City of Cape Town, as it cares less for our people, and its budget is always tilting towards the affluent suburbs. When now land has been occupied, the city says it has budget to develop, but there is no land to develop. It goes to show that the city is not committed to changing people's lives. In these areas, there is a clear demand of transport, but the city is holding back on giving operating licenses for these routes. This frustrates the taxi operators, but more importantly, this is detrimental to our people, as they must walk long distances to access public transport, and by so doing subjecting themselves to crime. We reject the operating license plan with the utmost contempt it deserves, as it does not speak to the poorest of the poor. Your land use restrictions say where the vehicle is parked, there must be adequate space, no more than one vehicle per dwelling, and the property used to keep public transport overnight and off-peak must be properly zoned for such. How can an owner with 3 or 6 vehicles be able to adhere to storing not more than one vehicle per dwelling? And how can drivers who stay in informal settlements adhere to keeping a vehicle in a property zoned for this? It perplexes me that, on the other hand, you say farmers who pack our people at the back of a truck like potato bags and cabbage don't need operating licenses, because in your minds, that farmer is not carrying people but sardines. When are you going to at least accept the fact that we are human beings and we deserve better? In fact, we are equals. How do you justify impounding a minibus taxi just because the driver is smoking in an empty taxi and charge exorbitant amounts of money because of your bylaws? Impounding, giving traffic fines and demolishing shacks is the only thing that city law enforcement agencies is good at. They are nowhere to be found when it comes to addressing serious crimes. I don't know whether hammering a nail to the roof sheet to them is regarded as an automatic rifle gunshot, and they are quick to attend to it. And I don't know whether revenue to pay the law enforcement workers is directly linked to the traffic fines they give. How many operating licenses does the city, together with pre-issue annually vis-a-vis the applications?
Thank you. Councillor Quintus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must just say to you, ma'am, that I normally think that I'm quite good at putting together puzzles, but I'm finding myself lacking in having an understanding of what exactly...
Just make an effort.
I'll try. I will apply my mind harder, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to wander off the good news of what this actually is, but I must just note that Councillor Mkina is in fact on the PC and did not raise these objections at all during the PC when it was then after sent to MACO, nor did any of the other ANC councillors. So there was no contempt for it in the PC. But seeing as we are here with the wonderful opportunity for grandstanding, it seems that the opinion has not changed. But nonetheless, the majority on the PC certainly supported, as did every other rational thinking political party. Madam Speaker, today marks a milestone achievement, in fact, in the journey towards establishing an ongoing and cooperative working relationship between the City of Cape Town and our industry partners in the public transport space. The operating license plan ensures equitable access to operating licenses and the economic opportunities that they provide for public transport operators across the city. And by equitable opportunities, I mean no one should need parking for 6 minibuses, because then there are people that are wanting to apply, coming to break into the industry, can't get in. We're thinking about the small operators, not just the fat cats with lots of taxis. Based on extensive supply and demand research and sophisticated modeling that is geared to benefit stakeholders equitably, the Urban Mobility Directorate is proud to table this item in this august chamber today. Madam Speaker, the City recognises that minibus, metered, sedan and e-hailing taxis collectively play a vital role in our uniquely South African integrated public transport space. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that at times relations within this space have been fraught, with lives lost and commuters stranded, while competing players in the industry vie for control of key routes and also face enforcement and compliance challenges when driving a vehicle without a necessary permit. I'm not going to speak to those that are driving in terms of taxi drivers that are driving vehicles without a driver's license that get impounded. I'm not going to refer to those that are driving without a public driver's license, which get impounded. I'm not going to refer to the many taxi drivers that have been impounded and taken to the police for outstanding warrants of arrest. All of these sort of things which put the commuter in danger for climbing into a vehicle that is unroadworthy. That is largely what the impoundments are about, and we support law enforcement in their actions because we care about the safety of our commuters. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, it is with great pride and confidence that I recommend that this council that the operating license plan be approved and adopted. It serves as a framework to create order and fair access to the opportunities available to our vital industry partners. Madam Speaker, South African citizens and legal permanent residents will now be able to apply for and obtain operating licenses to safely and legally drive passengers around our city. This is absolutely critical due to the all but collapse of a non-function passenger rail service under the ANC-led national government and their deployed cadres who have utilised PRASA as a piggy bank. Madam Speaker, with this operating license, more people will be driving commuters around.
We're going to move on. What's your... Clarity.
Yes. No, I want to... Thanks, Madam Speaker. I want to ask Councillor Quintas. He's saying the reason why they're saying an owner must have one vehicle so that they can open up for other people who want to enter the industry. When are they opening up ownership of the land?
Can I ask you to take that to the Portfolio Committee? Thank you. We're going to vote on the item. The recommendations on page 1124. All in favour of the recommendation? Those against? EFF's against? Any concerns there?
Speaker, no concerns. That was
All right, then the matter is
Brett Higgins
carried.
project.
Thank you very much. The ANC is against. All right, thank you. All right, councillors, we're going to adjourn now for a lunch break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Please make sure you're here promptly. We still have quite a big part of the agenda to go. Your laptops will be safe. There will be people guarding the chamber. And we will endeavour to provide a cup of tea and coffee.
Not if the ANC councillors are here.
Where is JP? What happened to JP? Shame. The conference.
A strawberry bumpy.
collapsed, and the only housing work that has happened was very poor quality rental housing upgrades where they were obviously stealing. How does the city award a second round of this particular tender previously approved in 2019 when the report to portfolio reflects such poor results? Of the 85 housing projects there at various levels of implementation, only 27 has been identified to be monitored by this tender. For that amount of money, all of the projects should be identified for monitoring. The quarterly report submitted in February reflects a budget of 910 million, but only 34.4% has been spent. With additional consultants, should we not have seen a greater delivery? The planning section of this second period on the select number of projects only has a 2.3% spend and an underspend of 43.6% in human settlements planning. The residents in the city will never see houses built. Why exactly are we then extending the contract over a 7-year period? They clearly have not achieved the target set. Now, to make matters worse, the city has already employed approximately 120 professionals, project managers, project owners, designers, engineers, within the Future Planning and Resilience Corporate Project Program. These project manager professionals have been employed at great cost to the city and does the same work of planning and development that is proposed in this tender. If their planning, design, etc. had been on track, more tenders should have been tender ready and more housing projects implemented. The city has failed to increase the number of houses built. How do we then justify this tender being awarded for a second time at the cost of 246.2 million rand? What will this group be doing differently to ensure that the city sees an increase in their delivery? Or is this just another tender set up for looting? This is a duplication of work, and these funds could be best utilized to relieve the electricity burden on the poor. Good is requesting that the AG and National Treasury investigate not only this tender, but the Department of C3PM for wasteful expenditure in the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson.
Thank you kindly, Speaker. So we as humans tend to obviate the negative and drive with it, and it makes life exciting, I say. But nonetheless, Speaker, awarding of contract which will incur financial obligations beyond the budget cycle, which is the tender in question that we're talking about. Speaker, the item before us is compliant with Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the decision taken by the Bid Adjudication Committee should be considered courtesy of a DA government administration who markets a clear vision for the residents in the city of Cape Town. With this, contract demonstrates its sustainable development plan. Speaker, I want to say that it is our role as councillors to ensure oversight and not harbour or labour on the negativity that we often see. We are but only human. Speaker, the fact that we had secured this multidisciplinary multi-year tender is exciting. The benefits of this contract proves economical viability to the city of Cape Town in tandem with seamless service delivery within human settlements. Speaker, Annexes A to J clearly articulates the intent and provisions that and was supported by both national and provincial treasury. This is exciting news for our qualifying applicants on the city's housing needs register, which is the database for those who don't know. Speaker, pages 503.4.4 clearly pays emphasis on the risk implications should this item not be approved or supported by the opposition today. This will cause serious delays on service delivery and further implications for the city of Cape Town. Speaker, with that said, I think the report was quite clear, and I propose that we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 493. All in favour of the recommendation? Yes. Anyone against? Good. Against.
We're against, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, the resolution's carried. We move on to item 29. Before I do that, I just want to say somebody left their keys on the registration table. If it's yours, or you get to your car and you can't go home, they're here. Councillors, item 29. The first speaker is Councillor Reader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking on both items 29 and 30, which deals with the awarding of contracts which will incur financial obligations beyond the budget cycle. This morning, our Mayor tabled the draft budget informing us of the significant investments that we are making to upgrade our infrastructure and to improve service delivery to our residents. He's informed us of the incredible amount of jobs that have been created, not only within this province, but specifically within the city. It's no secret that Potsdam Wastewater Treatment Works urgently needs an upgrade to increase the capacity of the works. For all the reasons mentioned by Mayor this morning, we are the envy of many across the country. And this is evident from the major increase in the semigration from all over South Africa to the Western Cape, and more specifically Cape Town. The area within the catchment has grown rapidly, and further development will most certainly be continuing well into the future. We are seeing major growth in the industrial economic investment in this catchment as well. However, all this development in the catchment area, which translates into improved services and job creation, have now been limited until such time that additional capacity of the works has been created. Therefore, it is vital that this upgrade takes place. The upgrade and the expansion of Potsdam Wastewater Treatment Plant will hold a significant financial economic benefit for the city, as it will greatly enhance the treated effluent quality released to the receiving water bodies and for reuse purposes, as well as to ensure a steady and reliable process that can meet the effluent standards for many years to come. It will ensure pollution prevention and adherence to licensed effluent quality. This upgrade has two components to it, one being civil, which is tender 295Q, and the other being the mechanical and electrical component, tender 146Q. The scope of works for both components of this project is extremely large, necessitating that the contracts need to run over a 6-year period. The mechanical and electric work deals with a new head of works, tertiary treatment for the existing 2008 process train, upgrade of the existing process stream, a new membrane, biological reactor train, a new sludge facility management, treated effluent reuse facilities, and other ancillary works. In terms of the budget provisions, the funding for the proposed upgrade contracts will come partly from capital grants and donations, USDG funding, as well as EFF funding, as set out on page 938 and 990. Should the future grant funding be adjusted downwards, which is highly unlikely, the scope of works will then be amended to suit the available budget. In compliance with the MFMA, all the necessary consultations have taken place. These are set out on page 932 and 988 respectively. No comments were received from the local community and other interested persons on either contract. In both instances, Provincial Treasury made general comments, but none of which affected any changes in the draft contracts. No comments were received from COGTA, and National Treasury only made comments on the mechanical and electrical works contract. However, these did not affect any change to the draft contract. These two contracts go hand in hand and will run concurrently. If either of these contracts are not approved, then there will be no service provider to appoint, and we will suffer an enormous delay in the upgrade and in turn delays in the increasing of the capacity of the works. This again results in, amongst other things, a negative impact on the environment. A summary of the contracts will be placed on the city's website in terms of Poppy and Paya. Speaker, therefore, I move that both these items are accepted by Council as per the recommendations for each.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor, your final speech. Your swan song. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, good governance is imperative, especially in a city that is a tourist attraction. Now, the awarding of the contracts as mentioned by Rieder, previous to me, the Councillor Rieder, for the upgrade and expansion of the Potsdam Wastewater Treatment Plant to a reputable engineering company is welcomed and noted. Compliance with the provisions of Section 33, as confirmed by her, allows us to proceed with this, and of course it will have implications, financial implications on the city because it's beyond the 3-year cycle. However, Madam Speaker, we also note that the upgrade is quite necessary because it will include a new sludge handling facility, additional capacity, and a new effluent reuse facility. It is therefore, it will therefore, in time, allow us to have an improved effluent discharge, which is currently not the case at Potsdam Wastewater Treatment Plant. Now, Madam Speaker, proverbially speaking, the city has been weighed on the scales of environmental justice and have been found wanting. Because once aesthetically admired Milnerton Lagoon has become a contaminated sewage destination in the city of Cape Town. Stormwater systems have evidently been compromised due to the unhygienic living conditions of the Joe Slovel informal settlements. The sulfuric stench of the Milnerton Lagoon has made it unbearable, and all attempts by the city up till now has been unsuccessful. The upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant will not make immediate difference to the current state of ecological disaster, but in time it will.
Thank you. Conclude.
Madam Speaker, concluding, we support this item and the recommendation, but with a note that good governance must exist in the city of Cape Town.
Thank you, Councillor Lansdowne.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The 5 billion rand that the DA-run City of Cape Town is getting ready to spend on Potsdam is going to make a meaningful difference for all the residents in Milnerton and the northern sewage catchment. We are preparing to build state-of-the-art biomembrane technology with activated carbon, which will not only improve the chemicals of emerging concerns, but also future-proof the urban water cycle in the city for many, many, many people who are moving here every year. The plant size, the 5 billion rand that will be spent on Potsdam will be used to double the sewage processing from 48 million litres to 100 million litres per day, using state-of-the-art technology, and in turn will be matched with funding that was adopted in the budget, as the Mayor mentioned, for environmental rehabilitation further down catchment. It's also worthwhile noting that the upgrades that we are approving today will also future-proof the potable water security of our growing city, because there will be opportunities for water reuse going forward. But I think that one of the things that I would like to speak to all residents of Cape Town about is the fact that indeed good governance is what the DA does, and 5 billion rand is not a small amount of money. So I will remind some of the colleagues on the other side of the council what 5 billion rand looks like. 5 billion rand would account to 20 Nkandla homesteads. 5 billion rand will allow Minister De Lille to build a washing line border fence from here to Antarctica. And 5 billion rand, to store 5 billion rand, President Ramaphosa would need to buy 477 new couches to store that cash in Pala Pala. So the residents of Cape Town can rest assured that the money that we are ready to spend on wastewater treatment in Cape Town will be spent properly. The benefits will be for the environment, for the people that are moving to the city of Cape Town, and I move that we adopt the recommendations in these two reports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to remind you next year if you didn't spend the money.
The recommendation is on page 929. All in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Are you, Councillor?
The EFF would like to record that from item 28 to 32, we are rejecting all those items.
Thank you very much. We'll do so. Thank you. Everybody else?
The PA disagrees.
You're not supporting the item. Thank you.
Not supporting.
Mr. PAC, you're not supporting it. Thank you very much. Then the item is carried, and Councillor Adams, you're not supporting. Thank you. The item is carried. We move then on to item 30. And for the benefit of the councillors that were late coming back, we are going to try and conclude by 5 to allow the Muslim councillors to be home in time to break their fast. So please cooperate. Yes, so the next item is item 32, and the first councillor to speak on this is Councillor Yamakazi. Yamakazi. Are they here? Can we move on? We're moving on. Okay, the next speaker If you
Speaker,
want-
on the item we want to agree
You want to agree?
with concern. That
Thank
is
you.
item 32. Thank you.
Councillor Moodley, will you move the recommendation?
Moving the recommendation, Madam Speaker,
Thank
on
you.
page 1367.
Thank you. Anyone against the recommendation?
Yes, EFF is against.
The EFF will note. Anybody else against? No. The item is carried. Item 33. The first speaker is Councillor Lombi. Is Councillor Lombi here? Councillor Lombi, are you going to speak to the item or are we moving on?
Thanks, Speaker, for your time. As a NSC, we are supporting the item. We understand our people are in need of better conditions. We want to convince the Department of Human Settlement to build houses in the space, because currently we are having people who are having bond houses in that area, and already they submitted the concerns that the department must not come with service sites in the area because of the value of the houses. So we want to submit that concern in this full council as much as we are supporting the item. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sabunzi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The proposed, the item before us is the proposed closure portions of public spaces, portion of Zingiza Place adjoining to ERF 195 Mfuleni, and portion of Remainder Road, ERF 327 adjoining Irvin 201 to 204 Mfuleni, portion of Zingiza adjoining to ERF 196 and 302 in Mfuleni, and public place ERF 71 in Mfuleni. The size of this land is about 9,756 square meter in extent, as shown in Annexure A, B, and C to the report on the agenda. Madam Speaker, allow me to support this item as it will bring hope to the residents of the area mentioned above. Madam Speaker, as the City of Hope DA-led administration, we acknowledge the housing delivery rate within the metro, referencing on property items that were brought and approved by this council in this term of office. The Directorate spent more than 97% of its grant funding for human settlement projects and programs in the last financial year. This clearly shows that where DA government gets things done. Madam Speaker, with the current projects that are taking place in Mfuleni, residents have benefited in economic opportunities created. The approval of this item will provide residential opportunities to a number of residents from City of Cape Town Housing Need Database. Madam Speaker, the proposed closure was advertised on the press media and nearby property owners were notified on public participation. Public participation unit did not receive any objection. This project will bring close, much needed services to the residents.
Thank you. Time.
Madam, thank you. I so move the item.
The recommendation is on page 1409. Can we move the recommendation? Okay, thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 35, and the first speaker is Councillor August.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this morning the Mayor said in a statement or his media release that key priority land release will be done for in well-located areas as well. So for housing, so I'd like to go back to that. Every month, a number of new lists of properties appear on the council agenda for transfers and for sales. Some of these properties are in well-located areas and could be used for affordable housing opportunities. Currently, the city lags behind in the provision of affordable housing, yet the city praises itself on the housing provisions made. Why are we not creating an opportunity for these developments? Instead of selling off our land for private investors, whose only aim is to make a profit, we should be creating the social affordable housing in the affluent areas as well, so that individuals working in those areas uses low-cost traveling to and fro from their workplaces. Housing suitable for the area, what does this refer to? Does it mean that there's a different style and type of housing for affluent areas and other areas? If so, then this is unacceptable. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, good manifests itself and values that public land should be used for public good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Langenhoven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great excitement that I present and fully support the disposal of a well-located piece of city land, namely IRF 2486 Constantia. Not only will future rates revenue for the city be increased and the liability for maintenance be removed, but the land will be unlocked for development of more affordable housing appropriate to the area and in line with the objective 7 of the IDP, where city-owned land will be released so that the private sector can deliver more affordable housing. There is a significant demand for smaller and more secure properties in this area. The expected higher densification for development in this on this earth will enable a greater number of homeowners to access prime land in sought-after Ward 71. This property is on a well-served transport node near schools and prime shopping centres, as well as in close proximity to the Span Shamat River Muslim Cemetery. It is, however, prudent to assess the biophysical significance of the parcel of land so as to preserve the environmental integrity of the space in the wider area of Span Shamat River Road land parcels. In development, any development will be required to incorporate the existing faunal movement that is prevalent in this area of Constantia. No tree shall be removed without prior consultation and written approval from the Director of Recreation and Parks, and all full tree mapping of the property will be undertaken as part of the approval process. I also recommend that the earth be rezoned to SR1 before it is put up for public auction. This will increase the value of the property and make it easier for the successful bidder to develop the property. All legislative processes were followed, and I am confident and comfortable that the disposal of IRF 2486 be supported. I hereby move that Council support and ratify this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 1. Are we all supporting the recommendation?
Good
Anyone
on support.
against?
Good against.
Good is against.
The CCC does not support.
Against.
The
Give us
EFF
our
is
land back.
against. The Al Jazar is against. The PAC is against. And the CCC is against, and the PA is against. Okay, councillors, I just want to say that there's a lot of side meetings taking place in the chamber. Feel free to please go outside and have your meeting so we can continue with the business of the day. Then we move on to item 36, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when all around you is falling and crumbling like failed shutdowns and destroyed SOEs, the normal and natural reaction is sometimes to slide down the banister as well. But Speaker, if you live in the city of Cape Town, you will know that here we do things differently. Here we work hard to ensure that structures are put in place to make sure people want to live here, people
The
want
outgoing
to play
chairperson
here,
of a
and
sub-council.
people
Quiet,
and companies
please. On a point of
want
order.
to invest here.
On a
It is
point of
this attitude of this DA-led council that has seen more and more companies relocating to Cape Town, more and more companies choosing to invest their money and resources in the city. Like voters in the city, investors and companies trust this government. These are all indications of why we here in the city and the province have the lowest unemployment rate and creating 99% of the jobs currently being created in the country. The President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, once said, and I quote, "Things work in the city of Cape Town."
Amen.
Speaker, with that said, we are so excited and thankful that BioVac has chosen not just to call Cape Town home, but to call my sub-council 15 their home. This report, Speaker,
Outgoing chair.
This report, Speaker, seeks to gain the support of council for the transfer of the remainder of earth for the establishment of the Cape Town Health Technology Park. Speaker, with the approval of full council today, the envisioned development will provide a vital stimulus and catalyst for the growth of the health technology industry and bolster the capacity for development and manufacturing vaccines in South Africa. This will strategically align to our SDF in creation of an eco-industrial park for this node. The transfer of this land will relieve council of the maintenance burden. It will be a market-related income will be received, and the vacant land will be developed to its highest and best use. Speaker, all of council should be supporting this.
Conclude.
This report affects every resident. It brings jobs to unemployed and drives economic growth. Speaker, in closing, I see the small print on the vial of vaccines coming out of Endabini saying, not made in China, not made in Moscow, but made in the city of Cape Town. I thank you.
The recommendation is on page 31. Are we all supporting the recommendation?
Yes.
Anyone against? Thank you. It's carried. We move on to item 39. And the first speaker is Councillor Makwangwana.
You are coming all right, Speaker, but you must practice more. Thank you, Speaker. And I like the quietness because it means that everybody is attentively listening. The United Democratic Movement is of the view that all processes regarding this item were done as a tick-the-box exercise. The city officials, together with us as councillors, didn't think up out of the box because we seem to be using the shortcuts in terms of disposing of pieces of land in our areas. I am talking here because, I'm talking about like this because 5 stations, SEPS stations, police stations, in the jurisdiction of the city of Cape Town are appearing in the top 10 list nationally as crime-ridden areas. And I think Philippi or Brown's Farm is one of those areas because it falls under Nyanga. In deciding on this item, the city should have at least thought about creating a contact point in Brown's Farm because we've got neighborhood watches that are funded and supported by the city of Cape Town who have got no contact point to assemble before and after their patrols for debriefing. Now, selling this land will mean we are not serious about assisting those people who are voluntarily giving their services and risking their lives without looking for payment. The UDM, therefore, is of the view that in future, the city must consider empowering those people like that in the areas of Mfuleni, Khayelitsha, Philippi, Yolanga, Yonyanga, Guguletu, and Danun and Joslovo, because those people are dependent on us for supply of infrastructure. I thank you.
Councillor Boyson.
Oh, yeah, that goes, Brandon. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Clearly, the previous speaker failed to accurately comprehend the contents of this report, but let me assist him. The item before us today is the granting of in-principle approval, proposed transfer by public competition of the City of Cape Town-owned piece of land, portion ERF number 10866 at number 71 Zazulwana Crescent in Philippi East. In a nutshell, this means the release of or sale of the land by public competition, and the sale will be at the prevailing market and community value as explained in the report. The proper release of well-suited municipal land to private investors is good news for any economy, provided that it is done in compliance with the MFMA and the municipal asset transfer regulations. This is more so for areas in desperate need of economic stimulation and investment, like Philippi. The transfer of this land will yield a number of economic spin-offs, like increased jobs and investment in the economy of Philippi specifically, and the economy of the city as a whole. This transfer of land also represents practical implementation of the city's land release program launched by the mayor in 2022. There was sufficient public participation undertaken by the city to solicit and consider the views of the residents of Philippi. There was also consultation with all internal branches of the council, like the Transport Directorate, the Urban Catalyst Investment Department, the Safety and Security Directorate, the Fire and Rescue Department, and all other listed on pages 190 to 192 of the report, including state institutions like ESCOM and TELCOM, and no objections were received. Public participation was advertised in the Cape Argus and Die Burger on 15th October 2021, and in the Vukani local newspaper on the 21st of October, and not a single objection was received from the community. The city even extended the public participation deadline to 31st August 2022, and still no objections were received from the community. Therefore, the argument of the previous speaker is an empty argument which actually lacks substance. I'm not surprised, though, because it exposes the attitude of parties, opposition parties, that have no idea what it takes to create an ecosystem of economic growth and prosperity. This is very evident in the areas where the majority party nationally governs. Not only have the national majority party mismanaged our country, they've also failed to grow the economy. And they also have presided over a period of sustained economic decline and increased poverty and unemployment levels. In closing, Speaker, it is very clear that all the necessary processes were followed in this case. Therefore, Speaker and colleagues, I move that we recommend the recommendations of the report. I move that we adopt the recommendations of the report as they appear on page 182 of the report. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 179. Can we move the recommendation?
Speaker, clarity.
EFF?
Thank you. For the previous item and this item, we are against.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Little?
Clarity, Speaker.
Your point of clarity?
I just need to understand, don't the DA councillor know that Paul Malusi Boy was involved?
Councillor, we're not discussing that.
Just clarity.
Councillor Bongani?
Speaker.
Councillors, please. Have some respect, councillors.
For the first time in the history of this term, and especially now that the previous speaker has insulted me, I am going to vote against the item.
Noted. Thank you very much. Mr. PAC, you're voting against. Thank you very much. And Councillor Adams, you're also voting against. Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right. The item is carried. We then move on to the next item, which is item 40. And the first speaker is Councillor Jochims.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Good agrees in principle with the proposed granting of the in-principle approval of the transfer of land apportioned in Atlantis through competitive process. But having said this, and what is happening currently, I think that these competitive processes need to be investigated further and more attention needs to be paid to them. Speaker, this parcel of land is in excess of 13 hectares and is zoned at general industrial, and the strategic intent in the IDP is that the property be used for economic growth, aligned with the objective to increase jobs and investment in the Cape Town economy. However, it is important that we also pay cognizance to the comments by those people in the communities as raised under this item. Two comments received from Bennett and Marman, raising concern that the sale of land, especially with regards job creation for the local community of Atlantis. Both argue that Atlantis community does not benefit from these land sales happening in the area. It is important that we record these concerns here in Council. It is also important that we give due consideration to the suggestions and the recommendations that come from the community members, especially with regards to the establishment of a local land committee in Atlantis. It is also important that we pay heed to the suggestion regarding an investment case for the local community needs to be considered in Atlantis. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that when it comes to these large pieces of land, that the land needs to be used for social housing and services and service delivery to the poor. Having said that, Good argues for public good, public land for public good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alderman Vos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if you're an investor looking for a place to invest, there are some serious and real decisions and considerations to make. For example, getting access to land, service connections, and the time it takes to process applications. This city government clearly ticked all the boxes for this investor, because with this report before council, it clearly demonstrates that this city government is working. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm really happy to say that through our investment facilitation branch, we could respond with speed and capability, and this ultimately led to this business making the decision to set up shop in Cape Town, and we made a strong case for this factory to be built in Atlantis because of the job and skills and business benefits. What makes me even happier is that nearly 1,000 jobs will be created as a result of their decision to invest and our decision to release the land to enable this economic growth opportunity. Madam Speaker, this R1 billion investment shows innovation, competitiveness and resilience. And that is how we approach the economy. And I would like to thank this company for choosing Cape Town. We will continue to play our part to build a city of hope. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 214. All in favour of the recommendation? Yes. Those against? Thank you.
With concern, our Speaker.
EFF, the PAC, Goods got concerns but supports. Anybody else? Thank you. The item is carried. The next item, item 42, Councillor Nyamankazi.
Molweni Speaker. Ndiyathemba into kokubana in order for wena to be a good mother, you need to treat your children equally. Not being biased. That is the feeling that I'm getting from this house. Uyaxabana ke nabantwana bakho xa ungabatreat ngohlobo olufanayo. Khawuthule wena. Into eyenzekayo siyayisupporta into edibene neERF eselanga libalele ecani koJordan siyi-ANC. Kodwa kuzawufuneka into kokubana iqwalaselwe into kokubana abantu bethu mababe nelungelo emhlabeni. Bangathi ze bawufumane funeke babe bayawuthengiselwa. Asinayo i-objection kulonto leyo. Siyayisupporta siyi-ANC, abantu mabakhonze ipasika. Kodwa ke Speaker, apha endlini sigcwelise ngamasela. Amasela ofumanisa into kokubana akuthethwa amanye ngawo. Kuthethwa ngabantu abambalwa. Ilandle ke into ziyakuthi liyaziklina. Niyabona imeko injani kwelo cala nihleli kuyo. Buyani nize ngapha one by one. Nizawuzizela kwelicala. Zonke ezineziduko masize ngapha. Zonke ezineziduko. I-Democratic Alliance kuqala ibi-Democratic Party. I-Democratic Party siyayazi uba ibinjani, ibi-operator ne-Nationalist Party. Nina nizizinto nje zosithela zongena kwezi ndawo zethu. Mandehle Speaker, enkosi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Siselo.
Councillor Sulelo, Speaker. It's quite disappointing that Councillor Nyamakazi would come here and introduce a new thing that was not discussed at the sub-council when we were dealing with this item in June 2022. We all supported this item because as we celebrate 100 years of Langa, we understand and acknowledge the value.
Councillors.
We acknowledge and also actually accept the role that churches have played in building the resilient community that Langa is today. The transfer of this plot will actually not change anything because the 2 Fs that are going to be transferred, they're only going to continue to be used for religious purposes, which is currently happening. And Councillor Pagade, who is a ward councillor in 51, is not here, and I am very sure that he would have supported this item. So I move that we
did support the item. You get me wrong.
We accept the recommendations as tabled in 297. Thank you.
Maybe let
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 297.
Speaker, matter is supported. Speaker.
Councillor Majinga, you need to control your people.
Speaker.
You need to control your caucus.
Speaker.
Councillor Nyamakazi. What is your, do you have a point of order? What is your point of order?
Maybe I was too into isiXhosa.
No.
We do support the item. That's what I've said. We do support the item.
Okay, so
Yes, thank you
therefore-
very. Let me clarify that, Speaker. Thank you very much.
So does everybody support the item? Are we supporting the item? The EFF is not supporting the item.
Clarity. For the supporting statements. Clarity, Chair. Speaker.
Councillors. Okay. Councillor, are you supporting or you're not supporting?
Clarity, I'm raising issue of clarity.
You may ask your point of clarity.
No, Speaker, the clarity I wanted to check with is that have this issue of transferring this ERF to this entity has been resolved amongst the entities because there is a history of disputes amongst themselves there. For example, this morning there's been a delegation that went to the office of Alderman Force querying this very matter.
Okay, Alderman Force will respond to that point of clarity.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So after careful consideration of the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal, the city is processing this application by the Uniting Presbyterian Church in Southern Africa. That's the decision of the court, and we are now following that process. And I just want to point out that according to the sub-council minutes, the ward councillor did support the transaction. I've got it here. Thanks.
We are now voting those in favour.
Did support. Liars and thieves.
We are voting those against the item. Are you against the item? We're not debating it. The debate's over. Are you against?
Speaker.
No. Councillor Bongani?
Stop lying.
Speaker,
Are we voting? Are you against the item?
I think, Speaker, you are now ruling.
No, we're not debating. The debate's over. I'm just asking, are you in favour or against?
So if that is the case, Speaker, I will reserve my comment.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. PAC, sorry, you're against. Thank
It's
you.
Councillor Ndamane. It's not Mr. PAC.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Councillor Ndamane.
Councillor.
You must respect the PAC.
Are you voting again? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chair.
The item is carried.
Speaker. Speaker.
So, Councillor Dambuza, are you voting for or against?
That is what I want to register, Speaker, that the EFF...
provocative, Speaker,
I can't speak over him, Speaker.
Don't do that.
Councillor,
Don't provoke us.
Councillor Majinga, can you sort out your councillor, please?
What is this?
Councillor Dambuza, please conclude.
Okay, no, Speaker, the EFF is voting against the item.
Thank you.
The ANC voted for. The DA must not be confused.
Thank you. We're moving on. The next item is item 47, and the first speaker is Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the need for a bigger police station for Belhar and Kleinvlei communities is a long outstanding issue. This need existed already for more than 20 years since I was the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner of Police. At the time, the city of Cape Town was unwilling to discuss making land available for police station. It is common cause that crime is on a severe increase and people's lives are at risk. The government must protect human liberties by enforcing the law effectively and professionally. However, the government can't expect police officers to execute their constitutional responsibilities and act professionally if they are not provided with the necessary equipment and accommodation. Although the Freedom Front Plus is thankful for this decision by the mayor and his team, we are also mindful that this decision might be influenced by the 2024 upcoming elections. But this is also proof, Speaker, that politicians are still rising above and they've got the ability to rise above their political differences and party interests and to act in the best interest of the people of Belhar in the Western Cape. And we thank the mayor for this decision, which is long outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cotti.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Mayor, councillors, officials. in the public. The ANC welcomes this particular item, which talks about the IRF 27040, Bella, to be sold to Public Works, proposed for Newset Police Station opposite the St. Vincent Clinic. This particular urban, I must also mention that this particular urban was also identified by the ward council to build a swimming pool as part of his ward plans some time ago. We also want to remember innocent people that died during the past few weeks or years. We remember the 2-year-old person, Ukman Talib, died on the 28th of December 2021 while his father was carrying him. We also remember Rowan Swanepoel, 18 years old, died in Ukulele Street due to gang shootings. We also remember Nicholas, a young man that was killed on the 4th of September 2022 in front of Park Right due to gang violence. And this is just to mention a few, Madam Speaker. Shooting is a daily occurrence in Bella. Almost every day, every night and every hour, shooting is taking place. And innocent people and residents are being killed or being injured. Just Monday past, another person died, hulle noem hom Kopsekind of iets soos hy. He was gunned down in Nederburg Street. Over the weekend, a young lady was raped, killed and dumped in an open piece of land in the self-help area. I must also say to you, Speaker, the musician, AKA, that was killed in Durban, 3 suspects were arrested in Bella. So Bella becomes a haven for criminals. I must also mention to you that the top flyers of crime and gangsterism are operating in Bella, also stay in Bella, and that is also known to our ward councillor. Bella is one of the top, in the top 30 stations with crime-related issues in Bella. So the police stations are much needed, desperate need to protect our communities. 81 police stations were burgled and vandalized during the last few years. 76 of those stations are...
Councillor Mackenzie.
76 of the 151 police stations are fitted with CCTV cameras, and the ward councillor in the ward, which has been serving the community for almost 20 years, has not spent a single cent on CCTV cameras or neighborhood watches in our area for the last... the mayor spoke about LEAP officers, more than 1,000 LEAP officers. We don't see LEAP officers in Bella, or it's only in Cape Town CBD.
Thank you, Councillor Jefter. Councillor Satoshi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Allow me to start with the comments from, what's his name again, Leonard Max, Councillor Leonard Max. I want to tell you it's not true that the city didn't want to make land available. I became a councillor in 2006. Years since then, I've been asking national government. I took them on a tour. I showed them all the land that's available in Belhar. So that's not true. That's not true. So we must just withdraw that. Councillor Koti, thank you very much for your concerns about the community. And I must correct you as well. You say that the councillor wanted to build a swimming pool on that. No, it's not true. No, just hang on. Just hang on.
Councillor
Koti, get
Koti,
your facts right.
You've had your speaking time.
Yeah. Oh, limited speaking. Okay. The previous regime, they said they will build a swimming pool there. But Speaker, surely I must read my speech here. It's a great day for the people of Belhar. Speaker, the MACO approved this item during their meeting, and it was all over on the news. And my community is so excited.
Alderman Satoshi, I'm now naming you in terms of item 18.3.
And my community is so excited about this one. Item 47 is about exempted transfer portion of IRF 27040 Bellville to government of the Republic of South Africa of the Public Works. Now, when you hear Public Works, I think of somebody that was a mayor here. When she was a DA, she said, National government don't want to give the land, but when she work at Public Works, she doesn't want to.
Councillor, you conclude.
Speaker, the Belhar Police is currently operating from a house which was renovated into offices. Crime is the order of the
Speaker,
day.
his 3 minutes is finished.
And the police need proper facilities. I was interrupted by you. There are, Speaker, crime is the order of the day and the police need proper facilities. There are no proper holding cells. Awaiting trial people need to be transferred to Bevel South and Ravensmead.
Lord, please.
The professional team has been appointed, and I don't know whether Councillor Court is involved here, but I'll drag him to these meetings. They're in full swing, and I'm in constant contact with the consultants. The geotechnical evaluation report is on the civil engineering report. The transfer of land...
Okay, conclude, Councillor.
The transfer of land will relieve council of the burden of an undeveloped open
All right,
space.
thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 553. Those in favour of the recommendation? Those against the recommendation? Are you against the recommendation?
Clarity. Clarity to Councillor Jefta.
You want what?
Sorry?
Clarity.
Yes, please, Speaker.
What is your point of clarity?
Can Councillor Jafta confirm that...
Councillor Haynes.
Can Councillor Jafta confirm that when we were in Sub-Council 6 in Belleville, we went on a site visit and Councillor Jafta indicated...
Not a point of clarity.
So he must not tell lies here.
It's not a point of clarity.
Put it in writing. Lies.
Put it in
Those
writing.
in favour of the recommendation? Those against? All in favour. Thank you. The recommendation's carried. The next item is item 48. Councillor Fasahi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the changes for the committees are reflected on the item, but further changes that do not reflect are as follows. Councillor Amy Cool to be removed from Innovation and Ease of Doing Business, and she be appointed to Energy. Councillor Emile Langenhoven to be removed from Energy and be appointed to Innovation and Ease of Doing Business. Councillor Michael Manuel to be appointed to Innovation of Ease of Doing Business, but he still remains the chairperson of the Urban Mobility. Councillor Alex Lansdowne to be removed from Spatial Planning and Environment and be added to Water and Sanitation. Councillor Lulama Bengi to be appointed to Urban Waste Management Portfolio as well as Water and Sanitation. Councillor Makasi to be removed from the Disciplinary Committee and be appointed to Spatial Planning. And then lastly, Councillor Nchuezwa to be removed from Spatial Planning and Environment and be appointed to the Disciplinary Committee.
Right, thank you. Are those changes noted? Thank you. Approved. Good. Moving on, item 49. The first speaker is Councillor Badela. Councillor Badela? No? Okay, then we carry on. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Adams.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got a very long speech here, but
Well, you've got 3 minutes to condense it.
Yes. Councillor Saleh has requested that I not talk long because she needs to get home to feed her family. So I'm just going to move the recommendation that the council adopts the oversight report and approves the annual reports without a reservation.
Thank you. Are we all agreed? Thank you very much. We move on. The next item is item 50. You're not as a speaker on that item.
No, you asked, are we all agreeing?
You're not agreed.
We are not agreeing.
Okay, thank
This
you.
thing of you saying politics is going to cost you.
All right, so the EFF's not agreed. We move on to item 50, and the first speaker is Councillor De Beer.
Wassalam. And as a devout Christian, I'd like to wish every member of the Muslim community a blessed Ramadan. Ka uleka umtu esiwa ungobuso umleke ngengongomso ungaweli kowako. In English, in African language, we say, don't laugh at someone when he falls on his face, because tomorrow you will fall on your own. It will be hypocritical of me not to make a small statement in the advancement acknowledgement of Councillor Badruddin. I'd like to just put on record that this gentleman served this city in many aspects very well. And I'm not condoning the actions preempted. Madam Speaker, as a person who yesterday was declared cancer-free, cancer-free, it is wrong that we go to funerals and then speak good of men and women that are dead. We should say to each other while we are alive how much we love and indeed appreciate each other. Councillor Badruddin today said to me, it is an end of a long journey and in the beginning of Ramadan. I will ask this council not to take that man and push him down, but to wish him recovery and to rise to his potential. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next councillor is Councillor Kasim.
A fraudster will remain a fraudster.
No, sorry, that's Councillor Claassen. Councillor Claassen. G. Claassen. Okay, moving on. Councillor Saturin. Councillor Saturin. Okay, moving on. Councillor Cupido.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I hope the DA knows that the disciplinary committee composition is not aligned to the disciplinary committee terms of reference. While its composition may be the same as those of other Section 79 committees, and the terms of reference indicate it has been established in terms of Section 79 committees, it stated composition is not consistent with the proper interpretation of the section and the constitutional requirements of the Committee of Council. Speaker, the above is what your office have informed me. According to the terms of reference approved by Council on the 26th October 2016 Resolution CX 18-1016, it states the committee will comprise of an even number of members of Council, which includes the chairperson appointed in terms of Section 79B of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998, preferably equal representation for political parties, i.e. no political parties to have a majority of members, as this is a multi-party committee adjudicating hearings on merits. Speaker, this is a disciplinary quasi-judicial committee where politics should play no role and every matter dealt with solely on its merit and based on available evidence before such committees in a fair and just manner as provided for by the Constitution. Therefore, it should comprise of an even number of members per political party to ensure representation of political parties are evenly represented. Speaker, the resolution today are not pleasing to the ear, as it cannot be that we are simply deciding to just give a letter of warning that sounds more like a plea to behave. While it's believed that Councillor Badruddin paid around 70,000 Rand already, one question, would any other councillor that is not part of the DA with 7 representatives on the DC receive the same treatment? Our residents are facing yet another tariff increase and ESCOM is blamed. Speaker, this council need to show how serious it is. We cannot write with the hope of... Speaker, it's really 3 minutes.
Okay, carry on.
Oh, thank you. Speaker, this council need to show the seriousness it is. We cannot write with a hope of it won't happen again. Residents are hit by high tariffs, yet not even considered to go through a process to determine if the residents even knew of the tempering. All we would see is the city deducting up to 70% of its electricity purchase illegally without consideration. Speaker, the double standards of the ruling party decision are a clear indication that the DA don't care how residents' integrity are being damaged while they protect their own to ensure that the integrity of the DA remains intact. While Good notes the seriousness of the DC committee, we wish to have our concern of double standards to protect DA councillors and having a different approach to for residents to be recorded as mentioned. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brota.
Madam Speaker,
You just skipped
No,
past me
Councillor, I
without
didn't-
giving me a chance to
No.
even put on my mic.
No.
No,
You-
that is correct.
Speaker, there was an uproar in the
Having
house
side
the
meeting.
time when you called the name. Speaker,
side meetings.
Councillor,
Speaker,
You
the
need to
time when
pay
you called the
attention.
name, there was... There was madness that
Councillor Butcher.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Speaker. No, what you're doing is
Councillor
wrong.
Butcher.
Thank you very
No, next time she should keep her house in order so that we can listen, actually. No, Madam
Next time you should listen when they call your name.
Councillor Butcher.
No, you keep thinking this is your house.
Baton Fluffy.
Madam Speaker, I do not believe this topic should...
It is
You do
incumbent
not
on you.
act accordingly.
It is incumbent on you to follow the order of the meeting.
Keep your house in order so that we can follow.
You were
No,
laughing.
you need to keep your house in order.
were laughing
so
with your
that
colleagues.
we can hear you.
Councillor Butcher.
We can't hear you up there when they make a noise.
You need to keep your councillors in order so that we can hear what takes place.
Councillor Butcher, please continue.
Speaker, thank you very much. But I think I need to be...
Councillor Makamba Botja must wait up until the House is in order to address. It's her first speech. It's her first speech.
Councillor Makamba Butcher.
Thank you.
This time round, yes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you to the party leader. Speaker, the EFF condemns the shockingly lenient sanction that is imposed against the DA councillor, Mr. Badrodin, who was found guilty by the Council Disciplinary Committee for failing to act in the best interest of the city, and therefore, Speaker, compromising its credibility and integrity. In essence, the councillor in question has been found guilty of bringing the city into disrepute. Speaker, the sanction imposed against Mr. Badrodin is a slap in the wrist in what it does not reflect and appreciate the seriousness of his conduct. When an individual who by law and ethically should be upholding the ethos, integrity and credibility of an institution suddenly does the opposite, that person, Speaker, must cease to be part of that institution. And in fact, Speaker, can I be protected, please, because now someone is interrupting.
Yes, Councillor, continue. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, please ignore them. Thank you.
There's a meeting here, Mayor. There's a side meeting here.
Councillor, please continue.
Speaker, Mr. Brad.
Councillor Faree, to your chair, please.
I'm not going to speak. Speaker, Mr. Badrodin must cease to be part of the institution and in fact must stay very far away from this particular institution. The city of Cape Town has rules and policies. If those rules are broken, those who break them must be subjected in punishment, which is equivalent to their transgression. Speaker, most recently, the DA Mayoral Committee member of Housing in the city of Cape Town, Malusi Boy, was fired.
Councillor Woodward, I'm naming you for the first time.
He was fired by the DA city mayor solely on the basis of allegations. However, when it comes to Mr. Badrodin, whose issue is beyond just allegations, but was found guilty of failing the whole city, then all of a sudden there is no appetite to show him a door of sanction with his very heavy punishment. In the DA, there is no fairness and entrenched politics of skin-colored and race dictate the order of the day. Events of this nature have also been witnessed at a provincial level, at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, where a DA white deputy speaker was given a few days suspension after being found guilty of gross misconduct that resulted in legislature incurring irregular expenditure. However, when it comes to a black person who was a speaker and facing allegation without being found guilty of anything, the DA went wrong on him by terminating his party membership and automatically firing him both as a speaker and a member of the provincial legislature. Speaker, the list of black people
were treated in this manner within the DA ranks is no longer, it also includes Bonginkosi Madikizela and others. I'm being disrupted here, Speaker. Black people have no future within the DA ranks. They are just used for black
Councillors, please allow the lady to continue.
At time, they are cast away. Just a couple of days ago, Speaker, Gwen Ngwenya, who was the DA head of policy, realized just before the Federal Congress of the party that black people within the DA have no future. As the outcome of that, it's still to come. Congress has already been decided before it is even taking place. In conclusion, Speaker, the economic freedom fighters note the double standards displayed by the DA-led municipality, the City of Cape Town, in handling cases of other councillors who have been alleged of committing various types of crimes, from corruption, gender-based violence, and you name them. In this council, Speaker, in today's council, we are sitting with some of them in our midst. Speaker, the allegations leveled against Councillor Badrodin versus recommendations by the Conduct Committee displays a clear diversion of processes in order to suit a certain narrative to influence the outcome of the case and the sanction thereof. Speaker, what happened to the alleged cases of Councillor Nora, Councillor Anton Faderede, in fact, these cases are in a public domain. Though, through you, Speaker, I want to also caution the Mayor of the City of Cape Town that under his administration, there seems to be a lot of corruption activities that are looming under his watch. And we also read from the newspapers of officials that are also involved in this kind of crimes. The Mayor, in his opening today, Speaker, has at least made mention a budget that has been allocated for special investigation unit, and we hope that investigation unit will be effective and will deal with matters and with the attention it deserves. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Gabuza.
Please name DA councillors, Speaker. Please name them. Please name them.
Thank you, Speaker. This is an interesting item. The case of a serious nature, especially of such a higher profile individual who is allegedly reported for tampering with the electrical supply. We are compelled as leaders of the society to set out example of good conduct at all times. We are representing a municipality that holds a higher standard of a moral and ethical conduct. So we ought to set such behavior in our communities at large. What Councillor Badrodin has done is one of the negligence nature, even though it is regarded so. But he had a duty to act responsible and with good care to avoid any misconduct that will end up compromising the integrity of the City of Cape Town. No one is above the law, and no one has got a right to breach any conduct that he is deemed to be abiding by. The House should have been declared that it is no longer belonging to Councillor Badrodin, and the full rights of the ownership are transferred to the family member. The house was still under his name while there was a tampering while electricity supply. Well, in this case, the hearing and disciplinary committee have been taken its course to rule on this, and outcome is quite overwhelming. The treatment of this case has got an element of unfairness, as if certain individuals who belong to a different ethnic group are being judged differently from others. I've got a strong belief that if it was a fellow from Black African group, the case would have been treated differently.
Thank you. Councillor Satarin.
I would like to highlight of Malusi
Councillor,
Boy.
that's enough.
Instead
Thank
of being lenient with.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
They are dealing with you, man.
Councillor Gabuza, your time is up long ago. Thank you. Councillor Satarin.
The CCC does agree with this recommendation because we don't believe that he did it deliberately. We do, however, have to raise our concerns regarding the double standards that this DA administration applies when it comes to people of color, Madam Speaker. While we believe Councillor Badruddin was politically advised to step down voluntarily to clear his name, or while clearing his name, he did the right thing. But just one question, was legal service actually offered to him? Councillor Nora Grow, still today sitting in this chambers, was sub-council chair and still part of a disciplinary panel dictating outcomes of other alleged offenders while she was charged, Madam Speaker.
Slowly.
Madam Speaker, you should be protecting me, eh? I'm just saying.
But I can't hear you when you shout, so try to do it a bit slower.
Go ahead.
While she was charged for fraud and money laundering.
We can hear you.
Just imagine, Madam Speaker, this woman allegedly stole from our poor people while they were starving, right? Then, I don't really want to mention this. We have an alleged rapist, but because he's a colored boy, I'm actually mentioning it. Legal fees weren't paid, right? Another colored boy.
Not the item. Can you stick to the item,
Ma'am,
please?
I am. Madam Speaker, this is my time. You cannot disrupt me now, right? Now we go to Councillor Malusi Boy. Shame, I feel sorry for that man right now. This bra isn't even charged yet. Yet he's fired by the mayor. First suspended. Speak to the mayor, to the speaker, dear. Don't speak to me.
No, you must speak to the speaker. No, we speak to the speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. We would really like to listen to what the councillor is saying, but her voice is, she's shouting over the mic. So if she can speak, we can listen.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker. Nadia, wait, Nadia. Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
Councillor.
On a point of order.
Councillor, continue.
On a point of order, Speaker.
What's your point
I just
of
want
order?
Councillor van der Heerde to understand how we struggle to understand when people of color rah, rah,
Not
rah.
a point of order,
Same
Speaker.
thing.
That is not a point of
Councillor
order.
Satorin, please conclude.
Madam Speaker, I have damaged time as well, because as you see, a lot of my time has been taken up.
Councillor, conclude.
But there is a clear pattern, Madam Speaker. It seems that white people are inherently superior to people of other racial and ethnic groups within this DA-run city of Cape Town. Madam Speaker, I need to ask you,
On a point of order,
is
Speaker.
this the reason? No, ma'am.
On a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Speaker, we have consistently in the past
Madam
spoken
Speaker,
about making a
I
reference
need to
the race classification of people, and you rule that we should not do that and avoid it.
Councillor, you can raise that in the code of conduct violation. Let the lady
Speaker.
finish so we can move on.
Speaker,
Kindly
Speaker, Councillor Kibera, may I address you, Speaker? If the opposition calls for a point of order, you ask us what rule. You've been allowing the people
I'm
on the
also
other
not
side to
allowed-
call point of orders without quoting the rule. Can you please stick to that part for us?
Yeah, it's
Thank
not
you,
a point of order anyway. Keep going, please.
Madam Speaker, we actually need to ask you, is this the reason you tried to silence CCC in this council chambers when you silenced Councillor Adams' mic?
Multiple occasions.
When he insisted on the forensic report of 347Q?
Councillor,
Or
your
was it
time's
to
up now with
no,
injury
ma'am.
time.
Or was it to ensure that my
Thank you,
He's
Councillor
the fall guy,
Alderman-
Madam Speaker.
Alderman Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Coles, please. I'm naming
Madam
you
Speaker.
for the first time.
I think, first of all, I want to deal with the issues that were raised around the committee itself.
You were the Speaker.
So the disciplinary committee is a multi-party committee appointed by council in terms of the code of conduct regulations that are applicable. We did hear the points that Good had claimed around its composition, but the committee itself cannot do anything about the fact of its membership. It has to simply take the fact this is the membership that it has. We respectively disagree with their interpretation of what they claim. And therefore, as far as this hearing is concerned, and I want to focus on this hearing because a lot of the debate here has been on anything other than this hearing. The disciplinary committee only focused on this hearing and on nothing else, no other claim, and it will not deal with any other claim until such time as that claim is brought to the committee. So let's understand that. But secondly, what does concern me, Madam Speaker, is that serving on the disciplinary committee requires quite a bit of willingness to stay the course. And unfortunately, we had in the case here of this particular hearing that a number of the members of the committee were not able or not willing to sit through 5 or more days of hearing, and they fell out, including the good representation on that committee. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that in the future, I hope that whoever parties appoint to the disciplinary committee, that person is willing and able to sit the entire course of a hearing, because that's essential if we are to get the kind of outcome which we are all looking for, which is a multi-party agreement on what the outcome is. Now, that is what we achieved in terms of this committee. Unfortunately, not all the parties that should have been there were there. That's the only problem. So let me say then, as I said, I'm not going to deal with any of these other things or even about whether somebody got a better offer and moved on to another job. Well, that was nothing to do with this committee. As far as this hearing is concerned, I confirm that Councillor Badruddin was legally represented, and it is any councillor that appears before this committee has that right, as in terms of the terms of reference, and they are accorded that right. Everyone will forever be accorded that right to be legally represented or be represented by someone else to assist them. This particular hearing, I believe, was dealt on merits only. I think if you had to be there to understand, to sit through 5 days of clearly listening to evidence that was led from both sides of the equation. And in the end, the multi-party members of the committee unanimously concluded what the facts were in this case. So in the facts, very simply, as laid out in the report, it's clear there was fraud that took place. But it was also clear to us that Councillor Badruddin had not been aware of what was taking place. But essentially, as some of the councillors have here said, as the property owner, as the fact that he is the person who signed the contract for the service, to get the electricity service in terms of the city's own electricity bylaw, he is responsible for what takes place. Just as much as we require every member of the public to take responsibility, any other property owner has to take responsibility in that regard. So even though we believe he was not there, he essentially was negligent in that regard. There were ways, if he had kept tabs on his property, where he would have been able to pick this up and do something about it. So on those causes, the committee found that he had contravened item 2B of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, in that he failed to act in the best interests of the city in such a way that the credibility and integrity of the city were compromised. As far as the what's the right term? The sentence is concerned. The sanction is concerned. Thank you.
Councillors, please pay attention.
As far as the sanction is concerned, it was important that we took into account the mitigating factors. And again, it was a unanimous decision of all the members that had sat through this entire hearing and listened to all the evidence that the proposal that we issue a formal warning was the appropriate sanction in this case. Now, Councillor Makwina has proposed that we should have, for example, require him to transfer the property into one of his family members' names. Well, again, that is not within our ambit. We don't have the authority to make such a ruling. The Code of Conduct only lays out a certain amount of options, a set of things that council can sanction in any disciplinary case, and that would not be one of those. So, Madam Speaker, that was the finding of this disciplinary committee, and I believe all these other cases that have been mentioned, if they come to the disciplinary committee, they will be dealt with fairly, appropriately, and hopefully all the members of the disciplinary committee will be there to help make that decision.
Thank
Clarity,
you.
Speaker.
Point of clarity, Councillor Majingo.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I merely fell on my chair when the insinuation or allegation was made by Councillor Cupido. And I want us to take that allegation to legal advice, so that as this House, we get a proper legal advice in terms of the constitution of our DC. Because if that DC is unconstitutional and we continue making decisions there, we'll fall on our face.
We have that legal advice. I will share it with everybody in the council. We've got the legal advice, and we will make it available to everybody.
Speaker, I also had a clarity question to
Your
Alderman
point of
Nielsen.
clarity?
Point of clarity. Can Alderman Nielsen on record state that he disagrees with the legal advice received from your office on what I spoke about? I want him to put it on record.
But that's not what he said. But Alderman Nielsen, do you want to clarify?
So, no, I was, Madam Speaker, the issue really is around the issue of composition. There's in the terms of reference where it says it is preferable. It is preferable. It doesn't say it has to. It is preferable that there is no majority. So at the moment, the composition is 50% DA. So that's really what it's about, but I don't believe that the word preferable makes it a requirement.
No, and the Constitution also says proportionally. So, Alderman Sutashi, a point of clarity?
I need a point of clarity.
Share
No, the reason why I'm asking this, because you need to be patient, because this is a serious matter. The issue of the legal contestation should have been dealt with before we received that report, so that if there is a legal opinion that was sought, that legal opinion should have been tabled before us as council so that we put it aside, and then we receive a report after that. It can't be correct whilst we are receiving a report from the committee. On the other side, you are saying to us, you will share the legal advice that you have sought, that would have sought by your office. Yet we didn't know about that. So there is a problem in terms of the process.
No, Councillor, I understand what you're saying.
Just hold on, hold on, Speaker. Hence I'm saying, because these people that are sitting here, they are helping the council. So it is our right as councillors when an item of that
Councillor,
nature,
you've made your point.
when
You've
an
made your
item of
point.
that nature needs to be clarified by people
We will share
who are
that with
trained on
you.
that field.
Yes, we will
I'm
share it
asking a
with you,
question
but in the meantime, we're moving on. We have a recommendation.
No, Speaker, you are wrong.
Then you
No.
don't need to support it. There is a
Speaker, you are wrong.
recommendation
No,
on
you
the
are wrong.
table.
You are wrong.
That, Councillor, is your
that
considered
legal
opinion.
advice must be sought, must
Thank
be
you.
clarified first.
The recommendation is on page 701. So can the councillors that support the recommendation kindly indicate? Okay, those that do not support the recommendation, kindly indicate.
With concern,
Are the-
Speaker?
with concerns?
Speaker,
You're not, EFF is not supporting?
Speaker.
Al Jamar's not
I'm supporting, but with concerns.
with concerns, thank you. Anybody else not supporting? You are supporting. Thank you, the ANC is supporting. Then the item is carried. Thank you very much.
Speaker? Speaker?
Thank you. We're moving on to
Speaker?
item 51.
Speaker,
Councillor, no,
I
I'm not
want to
talking-
get clarity
I'm
because
not
no,
discussing
that's
it.
nonsense. That's absolutely nonsense.
Councillor
You are doing
Fasaki?
nonsense because we want clarity. as
Councillor, you will
councillors.
get your clarity, but
We want clarity.
the ruling
You
of the
can't
Speaker
walk on
is
us.
final.
Here is a matter before us. That matter must be clarified. That's walk on
Councillor
us.
Fasaki?
That is absolutely.
Councillor, I'm now.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, yeah.
The item is closed. It actually is. Why don't you rule the rules of order?
Yes, Mosango.
Okay, that's enough now. Councillor, where's Councillor Haynes? Sort out your councillors. Councillor Fasaki.
Speaker, the amended nominations. Yeah.
Thank you. Carry on.
The amended nominations for the working groups are reflected in the report, and we recommend that council approves it.
Okay, the item number 51 is nominations for the Selga, and we adopt that report. Anyone against? No, then we move on.
Speaker, the PA abstains.
Abstains. The PA abstains from that item. The next item we've got is item 57, and it appears that where's Councillor Haynes now? Okay, Councillor Haynes, are we going to deal with him, or are you waiting for a written report, a written response for your motions? You said you were going to wait for. Oh, was that the questions? Okay, we're going to do the motions. Councillor Haynes, you the first speaker. Mike? Councillor Haynes, are you there? Councillor Majinga, please.
Madam Speaker, in line with what was done earlier, I think we should move on.
Councillor
from this
Majinga?
topic.
Okay, we're going to hold the motions
on, please.
over. ANC want a 5-minute caucus, but I'm warning you, councillors, we are going to adjourn at 5. So then you will be coming back some other time, but because we are going to give our colleagues an opportunity to go and break their fast appropriately. So you have exactly 5 minutes. I want to ask the other councillors not to go anywhere. There's 4 minutes left.
Restrictions.
Sorry, just hold on, please, sir.
My apologies, ma'am. Just a point of order. I just want to know when are
The
the
5
questions
minutes
up?
is up. We're concluding now.
No, when are the questions up? Because I was expecting to do the
No,
questions.
well, those motions are not going to be tabled because they're not here, so we're going to move on.
And the questions that are on the order paper?
They did indicate at the programming meeting that they wanted to wait for written answers.
So they all stand over. I was informed that two wanted to proceed, but I may have got the wrong message.
Des, are we going on with two questions? Yes, the two are going to carry on.
And they're coming up?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Speaker.
All right, but now let's
Speaker.
go back to the speaker at the back there.
Speaker.
Can we just let the other speaker conclude his
No,
speech?
but you allowed when the mayor was asking.
Before him, Speaker.
Why can't you allow when it's us now are asking?
Before him, Speaker.
Andimkhalelanga noba ngumeya kaloku andimoyika andifani nani.
Councillor, we're going straight to the debate on item 69. We'll come back to you. What is your item?
Speaker.
My submission is to support what the mayor was saying.
And hold it over.
Can't we hold the items over until the ANC comes back and then deal with them when they come back?
We are holding that over. We're dealing with the items, item 69. Councillor, continue.
Speaker, can I start now?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Speaker, ACDP is fully aware of the consequences that might unfold as a result of water restriction supply in the city of Cape Town. We have all been through this not so long ago, and for many, it made life very difficult. Load shedding greatly impacting South Africa, which is already a water-stressed country and is moving towards scarcity. There is currently less than 1,000 cubic meters of water available per capita. Speaker, besides the issue of load shedding, the Western Cape wastes massive amount of water through leaking pipes and other infrastructure problems. Water demand has increased rapidly since the 2014 to 2017 drought. Peak daily water demands have been approaching before drought level, with the peak this year of over 1,000 million liters of water per day. This was despite the city appeal to residents at the beginning of summer to cut usage by 10% to keep collective usage to less than 850 million liters a day. But this appeal has not worked. In January, the dam level update showed that average water level of the combined Western Cape water supply system was at about only 65% compared with 90% at the same time a year ago. And the system is currently exposed to multiple risks. Several of those risks are directly caused by the load shedding. Be assured of rainfall level this season. For these reasons, the ACDP supports the implementation of water restriction. However, we urge the City of Cape Town to consider the present great financial pressures of inflation on water users if invoking water restriction tariffs. Yet we understand these may have to be implemented to avoid a day zero and ensure residents and businesses will continue to have access to water. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Jacobson.
Who can forget almost 6 years ago we had this incredible water crisis. It was the first talk of day zero. Wikipedia described this as economic disaster as an immediate loss of 37,000 jobs and 50,000 people falling below the poverty level. An estimate of 300,000 people would lose their jobs eventually in the agriculture, hospitality and food sector. Time magazine. The City of Cape Town crisis stems from poor planning, a spectacular bad crisis management. The city's outdated water infrastructure has long struggled to keep up with a growing population. UCT, Cape Town water heading in the wrong direction. So what has changed in the last 6 years? Nothing. Despite the billions spent on new initiatives planning, we are still supplying 850 million litres per day. Nothing has changed. Did we think we'd wake up one day and it'd all disappear? No. Instead, we went to the Antarctica to gain more tourism, and we knocked down more single-dwelling homes and replaced it with 10-story blocks of flats. Our oceans and rivers are bleeding with sewage spills, exacerbated by a growing population, and obviously this stresses out our supply of water supply. And we're paying water levy of 106 Rand and 40 cents per month. It's a little more if it's a bigger pipe for the last 6 years, known as maintenance or pipeline tax. We used to get even 6 kilolitres free. That is gone. The water tariff continues to increase annually, and this budget we note an 8.6 increase. Our water department expanded its top management and included fancy committees. And all of this has done nothing to alleviate the shortage of water supply. Where has our money gone to?
Councillors, please. Councillor Majinga, please deal with your people. We're in a meeting. Carry on, Councillor Jacobson.
It is a little difficult as I get to my conclusion.
Well, just concentrate and speak up.
Okay.
Councillor Majinga, get your councillors quiet, please.
Come on, just some pretend. I need you.
Just be patient with them. You're going to lose your time.
Councillor Majuza. Councillor Majuza. Councillor Majuza.
Majuza is there. Majuza is there.
McQueen.
Majuza is there.
Councillor Gabuza.
Majuza is still there. What are you doing now?
Councillors. Councillor, you too, yes.
No, Majuza is coming there.
Thank you, Councillor Jacobson. Continue.
No, I'll say like it.
Councillor Dambuza, please.
ANC members, this is really disrespectful for people who have tried hard to prepare. You come late and disrupt. Anyway,
Speaker.
Come on, guys. I spent a lot of time.
Councillor Majinga, please deal with your people. Councillor Haynes.
As I was saying, we had spent all this a major amount of money with all these initiatives to increase our water supply, and all of this has done nothing to alleviate the supply of water. Where's all our money gone to? But what you guys are thinking, well, is if it is going to be water restrictions, we're going to pay less tariff. No, no, no. There are 7 levels of water restriction, and the higher the level, the higher the water tariff we will be paying. In other words, it's adjusted automatically. The less water that you receive, the higher the tariff you're going to pay. Really, it amazes me how short-sighted we can be, how we don't plan for the future. We could have and we should have avoided this, our sewage issues and our water supply crisis. And all this time, we hear in this beautiful council how the city of Cape Town is much better than any other city in South Africa and perhaps the world. But if we cannot give us water, and we've got sewage spills into our rivers and our seas, we cannot make that claim. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's interesting to listen to Councillor Jacobson because he talks on a basis as if this report in front of us is saying day zero is upon us. That's not what this report says at all. What this report is saying is that there is a risk that we need to address. And we certainly are addressing that risk. And we have been addressing that risk for years now. So he's quite correct to say that tariffs have gone up. They have to go up. If we are to afford what we need to, which is what he's calling for, there's only one way to do that, and it's got to be paid for. But if he thinks that you can deliver a water supply system by just going down to Macro and buying it off the shelf, I've got big news for him. That's not how you get a water supply system. Major systems take years to implement. They take absolute years to implement. So, as you're aware, on today's agenda, we approved a 5 billion rand upgrade to a wastewater treatment plant. 5 billion rand. Now, so what you're saying, you know, where's the money gone? That's where it's going. It's also been into all the pipes we've replaced over the past couple of years, and the significant increase in pipe replacement that's on this budget and on next year's budget and the following year's budget, all of which contribute towards us being able to avoid getting to another day zero. Because we are determined that we will not get to that. So there will be times, there will be crises, and it may even be in the next couple of years that we will face another crisis, because we don't know what rainfall is going to be. But we aim not to get anywhere close to the disaster we had of having to get down to 500 megalitres a day of consumption. And then here's not millilitres, it's megalitres. But here's 500 millilitres if you are wanting to know. And let me say that the consumption before the drought in the peak month, February, because this report was written in February, and our consumption was around about just under 1,000 or topped 1,000 megalitres a day. Well, before the drought, it was 1,200 megalitres a day in February. So we have, as a city, not just what the municipality has done, but what the citizens of Cape Town have done, have been to continue with an approach towards very good water-wise consumption. So we are sitting with a water consumption, a gross consumption of around 150 litres per person per day, which is one of the lowest of any metro in the world. It's half of that of Johannesburg. And so the point is that as a city, the council, together with the citizens, will pull us through any further drought. And we will continue to build on the new water plan that we've put into place, where we have made commitments of additional 300 megalitres a day by 2030. Some of that is already in place in terms of groundwater supplies. You are aware we are also looking at a desalination plant. We are also looking at the enormous water reuse plant that's to be placed at Fora. All of these are at very advanced stages and are going to cost a great deal of money.
Conclude, Councillor.
A great deal of money. So although we felt it necessary for us to highlight the risks now so that the public are aware that they need to continue to be water-wise, we are not yet at a position where we're saying day zero is here.
Thank you very much.
That's not what this report says.
Thank you. The item is for noting. Do we agree that we note the report? Thank you. Councillor Majinga.
Thank Madam Speaker. We requested that we be given an opportunity to go to caucus. We are back.
Allow the councillor a time to speak.
And on our discussion, we wanted to put it on record that the information that has transpired has shocked us. And what we want to do and plead with you, that we be given an advice by the legal, because we believe that the legal advice seated there is to guide us, not to go off rail in the House.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
Thank you. I take note of that. We will share the legal advice with everybody, but we've moved off that item. We're now on item 70. 70-something. And so we're going to carry on with the agenda, and we'll come back to that afterwards. Councillor Majinga.
No, I just wanted to plead with you, Madam Speaker, that the advice that is there, it's much easier if they can share the opinion and then we take it from there.
We're not going to share it now. We've moved off that item. I will share it. I will share it. But they don't have it now with them
to
because
go
we've
and
moved
caucus.
off. So we're going to carry on with the next item on the agenda, which is item 77. And the speakers for that are first Councillor Bresler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item 77 is on the agenda for noting, and in respect of your time,
Could you please leave quietly? Councillor Majinga, please. Carry on, Councillor Bresler.
in the respect of your time, I'm going to short. The item is for noting. You will see that the indicators of the Safety and Security Directorate, most of them are well above target.
Thank you. The item is noted. We move on.
The targets that were not met are already addressed. You will see that this item is the second quarter. We're nearly at the end of the third quarter. It's been addressed.
Councillors, kindly take your seats or go sing outside. Councillor Majinga, sort your councillors out, please. Otherwise, take them outside to the creche. Councillor Haynes. Councillors. Councillors.
Madam Speaker, the ANC has lost
Thank you.
control of their
Councillor
caucus.
Bresler, can you move the item?
Yes, it's for noting.
you. Do we all note the item?
Noted.
Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker.
That concludes the open agenda. Then we are going into the closed agenda now. Can we clear the room?
Speaker, 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 Speaker.
The council is adjourned for 5 minutes while we clear the chamber.
Speaker, I'm supposed to have my minutes now. Speaker.
Councillor, the meeting is concluded. We will have a Skype meeting to deal with the in-committee items.
Speaker, Speaker, Speaker.
Okay, councillors.
Speaker, Speaker. Speaker, you can switch my mic off, but you can't acknowledge me. Speaker.
Oh, you snert.
Speaker. Where's the leader of the opposition?
Okay, councillors. Yes.
No wonder they don't have branches in the Western Cape.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Councillors.
Excellency,
Can the whips please go outside and resolve this? In the meantime, we continue with the meeting. There's a whips meeting outside, but the meeting carries on.
That's the sound of a party horroring, their death horror.
Mr. Jingle, Councillor Haynes. Mr. Mayor, continue.
Madam Speaker, I move CIC 04 and ask you to put the question.